everyone, welcome back to your PW English Medium 9th and 10th YouTube channel. I am Astha, your biology tutor, your biology educator. And I am here with the brand new chapter, our very first chapter, the backbone of biology. That is, we are here with one shot of none other than the very famous, the very mark scoring chapter. Yes, you guessed it right, that is life processes. So we are here for your Spartan batch for class 10th. In that, I'll be taking all of the classes with you. We're going to deal with every chapter in detail. We're going to learn about all the topics. Going to do various questions. We're going to solve previous year question. And in that way, we are going to cover every single chapter. Yes, as I have already told you, we are here with our very first chapter, that is life processes. So I hope you all are ready. You all are sitting in the front of your screen. You all have your copies. You all have your pens. If not, I'll request you to go grab your pens and pencils and your copy so that you can make your notes along. I'm waiting. Quickly, grab it. Alright, so I'm thinking that everyone now has their copy and pens. So let's get started. So very first thing, we're going to start with this beautiful chapter, mark scoring chapter, that is life processes. So we have already discussed about the life processes, right? I have told you in the video which I shared with you that if we talk about the whole biology, right, out of the 80 marks of the science, 30 marks almost belongs to biology only, right? So out of those 30 marks of biology, this life processes chapter carries around 8 to 10 marks. Yes, so humongous marks, isn't it? So out of the 30 marks of biology, which is again 80 marks is of science altogether, and out of that 30 marks belongs to biology, and out of that 38 to 10 marks, yes, humongous marks belongs to this chapter, life processes. You cannot miss it at any cost. So let's get started. What all topics which we're going to discuss in this particular chapter, let's have a look at it. As I always say, guys, in life, whatever you are doing, you must set your goals, right? You want to become a doctor or engineer, right? Your goal must be straight. Similarly, for this class also, your goal must be straight. That is what we're going to study today. So today, basically, we're going to focus on the basic introduction of what do you mean by life processes, and then we'll be moving towards the different types of life processes. Let's say nutrition, respiration, transportation, and excretion. So shall we get started? Are you all here? Your Josh is high. Shall we get started? All right. Let's get started, everyone. So the very first thing, the term comes to us, that is life processes. This term comes to me, that is life processes. The very first thing which you see here is the word life. What do you mean by the word life? So life is something which distinguishes living organisms from non-living organisms, right? For example, I am here living. This pen, non-living. The copy in your hand, again, non-living, right? The dogs, cows, birds flying in the sky, all are living. So what makes them living, right? That is life. A characteristic which distinguishes living organism from non-living objects, right? And what do you mean by processes? Processes means functions. So simply can I say the functions performed by an organism so as to sustain life. What all functions you are performing so as to sustain life on earth, that is called as life processes. So can I define it? Can I define it, everyone? Functions performed by who are performing these functions? Obviously not non-living objects, but you guys, that is by living organisms to sustain life. Right? So I hope this is clear. What all functions you're performing so as to sustain life on earth, those are called as life processes. Now what are the different types of life processes? It's mentioned here: nutrition, transportation, excretion. Now you'll be like, okay ma'am, any trick for that? Yes, I've got you covered. I have a small simple mnemonic for you guys. So what is the name of the book which you carry in your school? The notebook, the book for science, for maths, for English. Yes, your NCERT book, right? NCERT, isn't it? N-E-E-R and T. And no, it's not what you're thinking. It is actually N for nutrition. N for nutrition. C for control and coordination. E for excretion. R for respiration. And T for transportation. T for transportation. So that are the different types of life processes. These are nothing, everyone, but your life processes. And I've given you a trick with the help of which you can remember all the different types of life processes: nutrition, control and coordination, excretion, respiration and transportation. Now you will be like, ma'am, what do we mean by nutrition? What is excretion? You'll be wondering. But I'll tell you, please wait for some time, because this chapter is nothing but all about them only, right? So we're going to study in this whole class about every single life process. So right now, I will not be wasting much time on explaining these, because we're going to dug deep into each one of them one by one. So let's get started. The very first thing which you see here is metabolism. See guys, you are existing here, right? But so many reactions are occurring within your body. Some things will be forming, some things will be breaking down, right? So all the chemical reactions occurring in your body so that you remain living, that is called as metabolism. So what is metabolism? Sum total of all the chemical reactions occurring in a body, right? So all the chemical reaction. What are the two types of chemical reactions? Where one thing will be formed, and the second time where one thing will be broken down, isn't it? So metabolism is nothing but the sum total of all the chemical reactions so as to sustain life, and it can be of two types, that is catabolism and anabolism. See, here you see the word cat. So whenever a cat comes to our place or at our home, what cat does? It comes and it just breaks everything, isn't it? It just breaks the bottle, it breaks the beautiful vase sitting on your table, right? It just breaks. So remember, cat equivalent to break. So here the substances will be broken down. So catabolism is nothing but the breakdown of the bigger molecule into simpler molecules. So can I say the breakdown of the complex molecule into simpler molecule is catabolism? And anabolism is just the opposite, right? Formation of a complex molecule from simpler molecules. So once the simpler molecules, they combine to form a complex molecule. This process is called as anabolism, and once the complex molecule breaks down into simpler molecule, is called as catabolism, right? Cat breakdown. Okay. What do you mean by the catabolism and anabolism? Is it clear to you all? Can we think of any example for catabolism and anabolism? Can you think of one example? Yes. So if we talk about example like respiration, it is catabolism. And if we talk about an example here, photosynthesis is example of anabolism, right? Making sense to you all? Making sense, yes or no? Clear, right? Now, whenever substances are getting broken down, remember students, energy is released. Please do not forget it. Energy is released. But whenever you are forming something, then we require energy. Then energy is required. So remember, what is catabolism? Breakdown of the molecules to obtain energy. Energy is released. But if we talk about anabolism, here there is formation of something, synthesis of complex molecule from simpler ones. Remember, here energy is required. Just the opposite ones, right? Is it clear to you all? Shall we start with our very first life process? That is, yes, you guessed it right, the NCERT N, that is nutrition. We'll start with nutrition. Now guys, whatever I am doing, let's say I start dancing here, right? Though I'm not so great with dancing, but whatever, right? I'm dancing here. I am writing something down. You are sitting in front of the screen writing with me. All of these functions require energy, isn't it? So all the functions which you perform, they require energy. And from where do we get that energy? Yes, we get energy from our food. That is why your mother says, please have your food on time, isn't it? So yes, we get energy from the food. And what does the food contain? Let's say you're having maybe dal chawal, or maybe you're having chapati and dal. So what does that contain? So basically, if we talk about dal, let's say pulses, they contain proteins. Yes, rice, chapati, they contain sugars, carbohydrates. Your salad, it contains vegetables, right? For example, there will be carrots in there, there will be tomato or onions. All these contain the vitamins and minerals, right? So basically, I can say our food contains nutrients. So what did I say? Let's write it down. Let's break it down. Okay. So if I say all the functions which we perform, the different functions which we perform, they all require energy, isn't it? They all require energy. And we get our energy from food, right? And what does the food contain? It contains nutrients, right? Different nutrients are present in different types of the food. What are the nutrients present? So the different nutrients can be, maybe there will be sugars present, that is the carbohydrates. There will be proteins present. There will be fats, right? We all eat the chole bhaturas, kurkure momos. Oh my god, yum. So all of that is fried. Even you put oil or ghee on the chapatis, right? So what does that give you? Fats. Great, right? So protein, fat, vitamins, minerals, water. So why you are eating the food? Why are you taking those nutrients? So that you can get energy, right? So that your body can grow, right? So this process where you are intaking the food and utilizing it for growth and energy, this process is nutrition. So what is nutrition? A process where you are intaking the nutrients and then using it, utilizing it, maybe for energy, for the growth. This process is called as nutrition. So if you have to define nutrition, it is the process of intake and utilization of nutrients by an organism, right? We can see the definition here. Nutrition is the process of intake as well as the utilization of the nutrients by an organism. What are those nutrients? It's mentioned here, which we have written here as well, right? I hope it's making sense to each and every one of you. What do we mean by nutrition? Let's move ahead. So basically, nutrition is of two types, autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition. Let's break it down first and then we will go to the differences between, right? So let's break it down. Let's crack it open. So basically, nutrition is two types, the autotrophic nutrition and the heterotrophic nutrition. Autotrophic and heterotrophic. I hope you all are writing down. You are just not waiting and sitting idle. Come on. We have to make our beautiful notes. When the boards will be coming, you're not like, oh God, there are no notes. See, whenever you get the notes, it's so handy. You get all the bullet points. You get all the important points in front of you. It's written in your own from your own hands, right? So it will be very easy to study as compared if you just open the book and start studying, reading from there at the time of the exam. So please make your own notes. By the way, autotrophic nutrition and heterotrophic nutrition are the two types of nutrition, right? So if I have to tell you what do we mean by it, so autotrophic nutrition is performed by autotrophs. You will be like, ma'am, wow. Wow, autotrophic nutrition performed by autotrophs. What else? I'm not getting anything by it. So I'll be telling you to wait. I'll be explaining you that, right? So it is a nutrition which is performed by autotrophs, right? What are autotrophs? I'll be telling you. Just give me some time. And it is a nutrition, heterotrophic nutrition will be performed by, yes, heterotrophs, easy. Now, autotrophs. What do we mean by autotrophs? See, whenever in biology you see any word, just crack it to break it, right? We have to crack it open to get our recipe. Right, whatever is the recipe, whatever you want to know, to crack the code, you just have to break it open, right? Crack it to make it. So if we have to crack the word autotroph, auto means self, right? Auto means self, and troph is related to the word nutrition, to the word food. That is, they make their own food, right? That is the organisms which are capable to synthesize their own food. Now, whenever you're making something, let's say I've given you a task to make a wall, right? So, do you require something? Yes, you'll be requiring the bricks, the water, the cement. That is, you require raw materials. Similarly, whenever autotrophs are making their food, they require raw materials, right? What are the raw materials required by autotroph? That is CO2, water, sunlight, right? So, let me write it down. These are nothing but the organisms which are capable make their own food. Now, whenever they are making their own food, they must be needing something. So, they require some inorganic substances, right? Inorganic substances like CO2 and water. And since, guys, again, it's an example of anabolism or catabolism. Anabolism, right? Because substances are getting synthesized, right? Substances are forming from a simpler substance. So, when the substances form from a simple substance to a complex substance, right, we require energy. And from where we are getting the energy? We are getting the energy from the sun itself, right? So we can say in the presence of sunlight, right? Clear? Can you think of any examples of organisms which make their own food? Yes, perfect, perfect. Example is nothing but plants. And can you think of any other example? One more example I would like to tell you, that is blue-green algae. That is nothing but cyanobacteria, right? So we can mention here blue-green algae, which is nothing but cyanobacteria. So these are the two examples of autotrophic nutrition, the organisms which can make their own food. But if the organisms cannot make their own food, those are called as heterotrophic nutrition. They cannot make their own food, right? So that are heterotrophs. So hetero means other, different. That is, they cannot make their own food. For example, there is a student who has gone to the exam not prepared, right? He does not have any understanding of his own. What he is going to do? He's going to cheat. He is going to take the answer from others. Simple, right? Similarly, if they cannot make their own food, they're going to take it from other organisms, right? So I can define it. Heterotrophic organisms, that is, they are not capable to make their own food, and hence they derive the food from other organisms. Derive the food from other organisms. Can you think of any examples quickly? Yes, yes. We humans, that is, all the animals come to this category. Fungus come to this category. So we can write down some examples, that is animals and fungus. Now I would like to ask you one question. Guys, let's see, there is a grass here, right? Grass is there, and grass, let's say, is eaten up by deer, and then deer is eaten up by tiger. So what is the question, ma'am? Where is the question? The question comes now. Out of the three, which one is autotroph? I have told you the examples, I have told you the definition. Now tell me which one is autotroph. Yes, the autotroph is nothing but the grass. This is autotroph. Now my question comes to you is, what are the heterotrophs? Is it just the deer, or it's both deer and tiger? Yes, both deer and tiger are heterotrophs. Isn't it? Do you all agree with me? Now let's say the grass is not there, right? Because of any disease or something, the grasses are eliminated. The grass is not there. What happens to the deer? Deer will starve to death, right? It will not have any food. It's gonna die. What about tiger? If deer is not there, ultimately tiger will also not be there, isn't it? Isn't it? So can I say grass is not there? Yes, first deer won't be there, but ultimately tiger will also not be there. So can I say that the heterotrophs, they depend on autotrophs either directly or indirectly? Either directly or indirectly, heterotrophs depend on autotrophs. So can you mention this point? I'll mention it here. Depend directly or indirectly on autotrophs. Right? Making sense to you all? Now guys, one more thing I would like to tell you, that autotrophs, what they are doing, they're producing their own food. Hence, autotrophs can be also called as producers, isn't it? Because they're making their own food, hence can be also called as producers. So I can mention it down. Another name of autotrophs can be producers. And what will be the another name of heterotrophs? They are not making their own food, they're not producing their own food, they're just consuming from other organisms. Hence, we can call heterotrophs as consumers. right? Making sense? So guys, see here, the animals, right? We cannot make our own food, but here on the other hand, plants can make their own food using sunlight. So we are also getting sunlight. Why we are not able to make our food? Yes, because we do not have chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is a pigment which actually traps sunlight, which absorbs sunlight. Guess if we do not have chlorophyll, how will we absorb sunlight and how will we using that to make the food? So no chlorophyll, no food, right? So we cannot make our own food. I'll be like, no ma'am, I can cook in the kitchen. See, you're cooking. Either you're a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian. So either you're obtaining your food from a plant or animal, but you're not making it by your own, right? You're just obtaining from the other organisms, isn't it? So how they're able to make their own food using sunlight, using chlorophyll. So obviously autotroph will have that chlorophyll, heterotroph won't have. What is chlorophyll? Will come to it, right? Very soon. So here is the difference between autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition. Autotrophic, here they prepare their own food using CO2, water, sunlight. They obtain from other organisms. Here obviously to get that sunlight they have chlorophyll. Here obviously chlorophyll is not there. The example is the green plants and bacteria. Here the example is animals and fungi. Is it clear till here? Shall we move ahead? Alright guys, let's move to the next topic. That is nutrition in plants. That is, now we are digging deep into autotrophic nutrition, right? We are digging deep into autotrophic nutrition. So the process by which plants make their own food, this process is called as a photosynthesis, right? This process is called as photosynthesis mentioned here. So if you, again, I say you see any tough word in biology, just break it to make it, right? Photo means, what do you mean by photo, everyone? Photo means light. It means light. And what do you mean by synthesis? Synthesis means formation. Synthesis means formation. So what are you forming? You're forming the food using light. So what is photosynthesis? Formation of food using sunlight. Right? So can we define this process, photosynthesis? We definitely can. So what do we mean by photosynthesis? It is a process by which who is making their own food? Autotrophs, right? Plants. Autotrophs make their own food. Now once they are making their own food, the food is formed in the form of a sugar, and that sugar is called as the very famous sugar, glucose, right? So the plants, they make their own food in the form of glucose, right? Glucose, and they're using what? They're using CO2 and water, and they do so in the presence of light and chlorophyll, right? In the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. So it is a process by which plants are making their own food using light. If we have to write it in the form of a chemical reaction, how we can write it? Say they need CO2. Just focus on the CO2 and water. Just leave these constants here. 6, 12, we're going to come to it later, right? See here. We require CO2. We require water, right? In the presence of sunlight, in the presence of chlorophyll, what they're making glucose. C6H12O6 is nothing but a chemical formula for glucose. Then what else is formed apart from glucose? Oxygen is formed and amount of water is formed. So what we saw, we used CO2, that is carbon dioxide, we used water. In the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll, we formed glucose, oxygen and water. Now what do we do? Whatever substances are mentioned on the left side of the arrow, we call them as reactant, as you have studied in chemistry. And whatever substances are present on the right side of the arrow, they are called as products. So reactants, products. So we have to balance them. Whatever carbon should be here, the same number should be here. So we have just balanced it by writing 6 CO2, 12 water, C6H12O6 goes like that, 6 O2 and 6 H2O. Guys, please mark it as very important. Many times a question has come, define photosynthesis and write down the equation. If you do not write this 6, 12, 6, 6, marks deducted. If you do not write sunlight, chlorophyll, marks deducted, right? So we have to make sure we write everything, whatever is written on this board. One more thing I would like to tell you. Let's say, guys, I have bought like 2 kgs of rice from the market. I just want to use, let's say, 500 grams. What happens to the rest of the rice? I'm going to store it, right? I'm going to store it. Similarly, if glucose is formed and I've used it, let's say I've used the food to make energy. But what about that excess? What are you going to do with that? Yes, we're going to store it. So this glucose is nothing but a sugar. It is a carbohydrate. So it will be stored in the form of starch. What is starch? Just remember a single bead. Imagine glucose as a bead. If there is only one bead, I'm going to call it as glucose, right? But if there are many beads joined together, many beads joined together, many beads are there, then what I'm going to call this molecule as starch. Again, it's nothing but a carbohydrate only, but just a complex carbohydrate, right? So we can mention it here. Please write it down. Very important again. It is stored in the form of starch. And the starch can be used as and when required. So whenever you require it, you can use it, right? This is about plants. I'm talking about plants. In plants. What about in animals? What about you guys? What about in animals? So this starch is not there. So what is the stored form in case of humans? That is glycogen. Remember it. Very important question, right? So the stored form in animal is, it is glycogen. In animals, stored the form of glycogen. Done. Clear, everyone? Making sense? We are using CO2 water to make glucose. If it is extra, we're going to store it in the form of starch in plants, but in animals it will be stored in the form of glycogen. Clear? Now where are you getting this CO2? From where the plant get this CO2 from? Yes, from the air. What about the water? Water gets from the soil. Yes, simply by the process of osmosis, the plant can obtain water. What about CO2? How it's going to take the CO2? Yes, via diffusion. Correct, perfect. So this, the plant is going to obtain from air, and this, the plant is going to obtain from water. That is soil. Water is obtained from the soil, right? Now, how this CO2 is taken by the plants, now we're going to see that, okay? We're going to see how plants obtain this CO2. So, basically, what is the outermost layer of any plant organ? You have studied in your class 9 tissues chapter, do you remember? Yes, that is none other than epidermis. So, epidermis is the outermost layer of any plant organ. So, in the leaves of the plants, in the epidermis of the leaves, we have small pores, right? And through these pores, the plant can take CO2, right? Let's say this is the outermost layer and there will be pores in that, right? There will be pores in that, and these pores are called as stomata, right? So what I can define here, that stomata is nothing but they are the tiny pores present in the epidermis of the leaves, right? Tiny pores present in the epidermis of the leaves. Now, what is the benefit of these pores? What's plant gonna do? Plant, let's say, can take CO2, and whatever the oxygen was produced, it's gonna release that, right? So what is happening? Let's say oxygen is thrown out, it is released, and CO2 is taken in. So can I say what is the function of the stomata? Is the exchange of gases? Can I say that? So stomata is helping in, so if I talk about the functions, it is helping in exchange of gases, let's say the CO2 and the oxygen, carbon dioxide and oxygen. Now where and where these gases are exchanged? Let's say this is the inner side of the plant, that is, this is the leaf, and this is the outer region. So I can say between the atmosphere and the leaves, right? What else? What all can this stomata do? Yes, water can also be lost in the form of water vapor. The water can be lost in the form of water vapor. Again, you studied this in class 9. What do we mean by this? What is the name for this term? Yes, transpiration. Loss of water in the form of water vapor is called as transpiration. So I can say it is also involved in transpiration. Transpiration is nothing but loss of water in the form of water vapor. Now, can you imagine if all the water will be lost in the water vapor, then what? Do you keep your gate open always so that anyone can come in, anyone can go out? Is it like that? No, ma'am, obviously not. What do? You just close the gate, right? There are gates and you close the gate. Similarly with the windows also, right? You close the window when not in use. So in stomata, the basic purpose was for the exchange of gases, right? That was a basic purpose. But if, let's say, we do not require those gases, right? Those gases are not required, then what then? What are we going to do? Yes, so we have some gates here, we have some windows here, and the gates which are present here, those are called as the guard cells. Those are called as the guard cells. So guard cells are nothing but kidney-shaped structures, or shall I say the bean-shaped structure, the rajma-shaped structures, which control this opening and closing of the stomata. It controls. When the stomata is gonna be open, when it is gonna be closed, it's all gonna be controlled by guard cell. So shall we see here what is like a guard cell, what it is doing, how it is doing, right? Guard cell. What is guard cell doing? It controls the opening and closing of stomata. Or shall I say it guards the opening and closing of stomata. Now imagine the guard cell as balloons, right? You see different types of balloons in during the time of your birthday, right? They are like maybe heart-shaped balloon, star-shaped balloon. Now imagine these balloons as kidney-shaped balloons, right? These guard cells are kidney-shaped balloons. Now just imagine these my hands are nothing but I'm trying to depict the kidney-shaped balloon, that is the guard cell. Right now you could see the guard cell, they are shrink, right? Once the balloon is shrink, once the water is not there, once the balloon is filled with water, it will swell. And if water is not there, the balloon shrinks. Similarly, if these guard cell, the water is not there, then it will shrink. And what is the pore? Could you see any pore? No, the pore is closed. Let's say now water is entering into the guard cell. The guard cell will swell. They will swell. And what happens to the pore? Could you see the pore? Could you see the pore? The pore will open. The pore will open. So once the water enter into the guard cell, the pore will open. And once the water loose out of the guard cell will shrink and the pore will close. Making sense? So could you see here? This kidney shaped structure, what they have shown you is nothing but the guard cell, right? And what are these? What are these green colored cells? These are the other epidermal cells, right? Other epidermal cells. So we could see the guard cells. Then there is stomata. Here we could see this structure, that is the guard cells are swelled. Hence the stomatal pore is open. So here the stomatal pore is open. Here it is open. And here it is closed. Here the stomatal pore is closed. Could you see? If the water enter, it will swell and the pore open. If the water loses out the guard cell, the guard cell shrink and the pore closes. Please write it down. Very, very important topic to write. So once the water enter the guard cell will swell and the pore will, what happens to the stomatal pore? It will, yes, open. But what happens when the water loses? So water exit the guard cell and the guard cell will perfect shrink and the pore will, yes, close. Making sense to you guys? What I have written here, the whole concept of the guard cell, is it making sense to each and every one of you? Shall we move ahead? Put it in a cloud. Let's move ahead. Chaliye. Let's move ahead, guys. Now, guys, where is the food formed? Right? What is the site of photosynthesis? The food is formed within the leaves, right? So if it is asked what is the site of photosynthesis, we're going to answer it is leaves. And within the leaves, where is the food formed? Within the leaves, the food is formed within the chloroplast. Yes, one of the cell organelle, a structure present within the cell of a plant cell, shall I say, right? So if I talk about, have you heard about mitochondria? Yes, the powerhouse of the cell, right? The lysosome, the suicidal bags of the cell. Similarly, one of the cell organelle is chloroplast. Now here I am saying photosynthesis is happening. Food is formed. So can I say chloroplast as the kitchen of the cell, where at our homes the food is formed? Yes, in the kitchen. Similarly, chloroplast can be called as the kitchen of the cell, right? So I can say leaves, and within the leaves in the chloroplast. These are nothing but green dots basically in the cell, and hence can be called as the kitchen of the cell because here the food is formed. Clear? Clear, everyone? Now I have taken here the section of a leaf. Let's have a look at it. Let's say this is my leaf. All of the leaf which you could see, this can be called as the lamina or the leaf blade. Lamina or the leaf blade, a complete leaf, right? The line which you see in the middle, this line, right? This line which you see in the middle, this can be called as the midrib. This can be called as the midrib, right? And the line which you see here, could you see this line? These lines, like a network. You see in a leaf, the network, these are called as veins. The whole leaf lamina, middle one midrib, and the network veins. What I have done, I have taken a section of it, right? I have taken a small section of it and then I am observing under a microscope. Now what do I see? See, whenever I take a section of the leaf will have the covering, the upper covering and the lower covering. What is the covering? Called as epidermis. There will be upper epidermis and lower epidermis, right? Could you see here the upper epidermis and the lower epidermis? Could you see upper epidermis, lower epidermis, right? Now, the epidermis is protected by a waterproof covering, a waxy layer called as cuticle. Could you see a cuticle here? Cuticle, right, present over the epidermis. So we have upper epidermis, lower epidermis, and we have a waxy layer called as cuticle. Done till here. Shall we move ahead? Now this is the middle region of the leaf, isn't it? I have shown you the upper and the lower side. What is present in the middle region? The middle region is actually called as the mesophyll. This region is called as the mesophyll. Meso means middle and phyll means leaf. So it is the middle part of the leaf. Meso, middle, phyll, leaf. So there are two types of cells are present. On the upper side you can see long elongated cells are there, and towards the bottom side you could see some almost spherical cells are there. Could you see long cells and the spherical cells? So what is there in these mesophyll cells? What is so special about it? Why I'm telling you about it? Because these cells contain, or the cells of the mesophyll contain this cell organelle called as the chloroplast. So could you see these green dots here? Could you see the green dots here? Could you see these green dots? These are called as the chloroplast, the kitchen of the cell, right? Could you see that? And remember, in the upper layer, the long elongated cell, there the chloroplast number is more, and in the spherical cell, the chloroplast number is less, which you could see from the diagram itself, right? Now, I can say where is the chloroplast present. Chloroplast is present in the mesophyll layer. What is this chloroplast doing? Why it is called as the kitchen of the cell? Because the chloroplast have a pigment called as chlorophyll. Yes, a chlorophyll which I told you in the very starting. So this chloroplast have chlorophyll. Why they are green dots? What makes them appear green? What is giving them their significance? Green color. What is giving them their significance? Green color. The green color is given by this pigment called as chlorophyll. So chlorophyll is a green colored pigment, right? If I, let's say guys, I have dyed my hair, whatever, let's say red or purple or green. Why my hairs are red or purple or green, or let's say right now this goldenish shade? Why? Because I have put some dye on it, I have put some color on it. Similarly, if I am saying this is chloroplast is green in color, why it is green in color? There'll be something pigment which is giving that color to it. So that color is given by chlorophyll, right? So I can say it's a green colored pigment. And this pigment, what it does, I've already told you, it absorbs sunlight. So I can say it is helping in photosynthesis also, right? Since it absorbs sunlight, it is helping in photosynthesis. So can I call it as the photosynthetic pigment? Helps in photosynthesis, and pigment because it imparts green color. So green colored photosynthetic pigment, right? What it is doing? It absorbs the sunlight. It absorbs the sunlight. Now guys, there was a question in previous year. What they did, they gave you few lines here. Let's say they label this layer as 1, this layer as 2, this one as 3, and this one as the 4th layer, right? Now the question was asked, where there will be maximum photosynthesis? What is the site of maximum photosynthesis? Where maximum photosynthesis is taking place? 4 options were given to you. Can you tell me the answer out of A, B, C, D? Site of maximum photosynthesis. Have a look at it, please. Tell me. Yes, it is 2 and 3 because here maximum chloroplast is present. Obviously, chloroplast is kitchen of the cell. More the chloroplast, more the photosynthesis. So I can mention 2 and 3 is the site of maximum photosynthesis. Why? Because it has more chloroplast. Clear? Making sense? Right? One more thing, in this diagram you could see the air spaces, right? Could you see these air spaces? What is the function of the air spaces? See, in the epidermis, we have this stomata. Could you see this stomata, this pore through which the gases can exchange? Let's say the CO2 will be taken in. So this space is allowing that all cells can easily take this CO2, right? That is why the air spaces are there. So that was all about the site of photosynthesis. I have told you everything related to it. Let's move ahead. Now we come to the mechanism of photosynthesis, how photosynthesis takes place, right? So basically we have divided this photosynthesis mechanism into 3 reactions or 3 parts. Let's have a look at it. What happens the very first? The light comes, and who absorbs the light? The light is absorbed by chlorophyll. Where is this chlorophyll present? Yes, within the chloroplast. So what is the very first step of photosynthesis? The absorption of the light, or can I say solar energy or light energy, by chlorophyll. The very first step, absorption of light energy by chlorophyll, right? What is the next step? Next step, what you're going to do with this light energy, right? We're going to take this light energy and we're going to break down our water molecule. Do you remember the water molecule, one of the raw material? We're going to break it down using this light energy. So what you're going to do, you're going to use the light energy to break down your water molecule. Now, whenever the water molecules break down, what is water molecule made up of? Hydrogen and oxygen. So, whenever you break the water molecule, what are you going to get? Hydrogen and oxygen. Isn't it? Now, this process of breakdown of water molecule, this is called as splitting of water. Splitting means breakdown. Isn't it? Split. We are splitting something down. We are breaking something down. Splitting it down. Or this can also be called as photolysis of water. Photolysis of water. Photo means light. Lysis means breakdown. Lysis means breakdown. So what we are breaking it down? We are breaking down the water using light energy. We are using the light energy absorbed by chlorophyll to break down the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. Also, we're going to use this light energy to make a chemical energy. Right? What do you mean by chemical energy? Any energy coming from light. Sun is light energy. Right? Whenever a chemical provides energy, let's say if I'm going to break that chemical, I'm going to get the energy, right? That energy molecule is called as ATP. Very first step clear. The second step, this is clear, the splitting of water into H2 and O2, that is hydrogen and oxygen. This is clear. What else we're going to use the light energy for? We're going to make a chemical energy in the form of ATP. So we're going to convert the light energy into chemical energy. Chemical energy means any energy which is present in the form of chemical, and we're going to get it once we break down that chemical. So conversion of light energy into chemical energy. Here chemical energy is nothing but ATP. All know the full form of ATP. What it is? Yes, it's adenosine triphosphate. I know it's fixed in your mind, it's just printed in your mind, right? Adenosine triphosphate. So this light energy is also converted into chemical energy. What are you going to do with this energy? What are you going to do with this ATP? Obviously, you're going to make the food. What was the purpose of photosynthesis? To make the food, right? So you're going to use the CO2 and convert it into carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is nothing but sugar. That is nothing but glucose, C6H12O6. Clear? There's a word mentioned here, reduction. Why they have mentioned the word reduction? Let's have a look at it. See here, what we are doing, we are taking CO2 and we are forming C6H12O6. CO2 and glucose. No hydrogen, hydrogen is added. What is, remember your chemistry, bring your chemistry minds back to the biology class. Addition of hydrogen is called as, yes, reduction. Addition of hydrogen, this process is called as reduction. And when we remove the hydrogen, that process is called as oxidation, right? Let's say I told you from the water we get oxygen. Do you see? Generally students confuse that, okay, here oxygen is there, here CO2 is there, so we might be getting the oxygen from the CO2 only. But you saw, no, CO2 gives us glucose and not oxygen. Then from where this oxygen is coming? From the water, right? So the water gives you oxygen. See, removal of hydrogen, we're gonna call it as oxidation. In the photosynthesis, we saw oxidation as well as reduction of CO2, and we saw water to oxygen, that is oxidation. So can I say the photosynthesis is nothing but a redox reaction? Why I am saying redox reaction? Reduction and oxidation. Reduction and oxidation, right? Red for reduction, and ox for oxidation. Clear? So it's a redox reaction, guys. I hope it's clear. Please remember this very, very important point, that this oxygen comes from the water and the glucose comes from CO2. Remember this point. That was about a mechanism of photosynthesis. Alright, so now the three reactions, do these take place one after other immediately? What do you think so? Okay, the answer is no. These reactions need not take place one after immediately, because there is an exception, that is in desert plants. So if we talk about in desert plants, a second. Okay, I'm gonna write it down once. Yes. So these reactions, right? There's three events. They need not take place one after other immediately. Not take place one after each other immediately, because we have an exception. We have an example to show this, and the example is desert plants. Now desert plants, guys, if I say in the daytime, they'll be so much hot in the desert, isn't it? In the desert, it's going to be so much hot during the daytime. Can they open the stomata during the daytime? Can you imagine? No, so much water will be lost in the form of water vapor. So what do? They take the CO2 during the night time. So what do desert plants do? They open the stomata during the night time. They take the CO2. But again, guys, it's photosynthesis. Photo is required. Light is required. When they're gonna get the light? They're gonna get the light in the morning time, in the daytime. So what they do, they take the CO2, they store it, and then when the light is available during the daytime, then they can make their food, right? They're gonna store it till the time light is not there, right? So what they do, they take CO2 at night. Why they are taking at night? To prevent that excessive water loss, right? And then they're gonna store it in the form of an intermediate stored in the form of an intermediate, right? And whenever the light will be there during the daytime, we can convert it into food, right? This will be acted upon by the light during the daytime, right? Making sense to you? Let's move ahead. All right. So what is the significance of photosynthesis? Obviously, it is giving us glucose. It is giving us oxygen. Easy peasy, right? Let's move ahead. Now, plants also require some other raw materials, right? For their growth, for their development. Like, for example, they require nitrogen, phosphorus, magnesium, iron. Very, very important. From where do they get these substances, these raw materials? They get it from soil. Yes, these requirements are fulfilled by soil. Now, if we talk about this nitrogen, why plants require nitrogen? What is the need of nitrogen? So nitrogen is required to form proteins, right? It is used in the synthesis of proteins. Proteins contain nitrogen. Clear? Now, from where do they get nitrogen? From the soil. Isn't nitrogen available in the atmosphere? It is. Then why are they taking from the soil? Because whatever the nitrogen is present in the atmosphere, plant cannot use it. Why? Because plant wants that atmospheric nitrogen, the nitrogen present in the air, in the atmosphere, to be converted into usable form. They wanted to convert it into usable form. What are the usable forms? That is the forms which plants can actually use. This plant cannot take it, right? Plant has to convert it into the usable form, right? What are the usable form? Like organic nitrates and nitrite. So it must be converted into organic nitrates and nitrites. Now, who is doing that for plant? Plant is not gonna do that. Who's gonna do that? Friend of plant, bacteria. So the bacteria generally, what do? They convert the usable form of the atmospheric nitrogen into the usable form so that plants can take it. Now plant take it. This can be taken by the plant. Right? So basically the nitrogen which is required for the synthesis of the protein, plant, they get it in the form of nitrate and nitrite. Right? Is it making sense? Let's move ahead. Now here are the activities, right? Why I am discussing this activity? You'll be like, ma'am, do they even come in exam? Are they even important? I skipped in my exam. I skipped it for my maybe UTs. Let me tell you, these are very, very important and you cannot afford to miss these, right? We have to discuss them. Let's get started, shall we? So we have taken a plant with variegated leaves which you could see here, right? Some regions are green, some regions are white. So we have taken variegated leaf plant, that is some regions will be green, some regions will be white. The example can be, you must have seen the money plants or the crotons, right? The variegated leaves plant. What we have done, we have put them in the dark. What happens in the dark? No light will be there, no photosynthesis will be there, no glucose will be formed. But they require that glucose for energy. But yes, you told me right that plants, they store glucose in the form of starch. So starch is there. What they're gonna do during the dark? They need that energy. They're gonna use that starch. So after a few days, what is going to happen? All the starch will finish. So I can say, what is the benefit of keeping the plant in a dark room? So that to de-starch the plant. What do you mean by de-starch? De-starch means to use up all the starch. right? Then what we did, we kept the plant in the sunlight. What happens in the sunlight? Photosynthesis will be there. Now I just break a leaf, right? I break a leaf. Why I'm doing that? So that whatever substances are formed, they stay there only, they do not roam here and there, right? So once I've broken that leaf, I'm going to trace it on a butter paper. Why I'm tracing it? Now it's gonna be colorless. That is why, right? Now what I'm going to do? I'm gonna boil it in water. What is the purpose of boiling it in water? So that the leaf becomes softens. No chemical reactions are occurring. And then I boil it in alcohol. What happens when I boil the leaf in the alcohol? The chloroplast will break. What was present in the chloroplast? Chlorophyll. Once the chloroplast break, the chlorophyll will come out of the leaf. Let's say this is my alcohol solution. And this was my leaf. Right? So the chlorophyll comes in the alcohol solution. Chlorophyll was giving green color to the leaf. No chlorophyll, no green color. The green will become colorless. Where is that green color coming? In the alcohol solution. The alcohol solution will turn perfect green. So what happens to the color of the leaf once we boil it in the alcohol? It becomes colorless. And what is the color of the solution? Green. Why I'm telling you step by step, guys? Why I'm just not telling you the conclusion? Because in the previous years, the question are based on this. Why we kept the plant in the dark? What happens to the color of the leaf once we boil it in alcohol? You must be knowing that. Now what I did, on that leaf, I just added iodine drop. Now remember, once the starch reacts with iodine, it gives the color blue black. It gives the color blue black. Right? So, what we observed once we added iodine to this leaf, we observed that some regions were blue black and some regions were the color of the iodine, basically the yellow or orangish or brownish shade, right? That is the color of the iodine. So only the regions which were green in color, they turned blue back. What was the reason behind it? Let's have a look at it. Again, we're gonna crack it so that you know why this color, why not this color, why that color, why not that color. We're gonna see everything. Okay? Let's have a look at it. Now remember, guys, whatever regions were the green, right? They turned blue black. Why they turned blue black? Let's have a look at it. Because the green color is because of the presence of, the region is green because of the presence of, yes, chlorophyll. Now chlorophyll is there. If chlorophyll is there, photosynthesis will be there, right? If chlorophyll is there, there will be photosynthesis. If photosynthesis will be there, glucose will be formed, isn't it? Photosynthesis will be there, then glucose will be formed. If glucose is formed, it will be stored in the form of starch. And you know that starch along with iodine, it gives which color? It gives a blue black color. Right? Just opposite. If the green region is not there, if it is not a green region, the white region, what happens there? Where there will be any chlorophyll? No. Will there be no chlorophyll, no photosynthesis, because who's going to absorb light? No photosynthesis, no glucose, no starch, and hence no blue black color. Isn't it? Making sense, everyone? Is it clear? Could you see the green regions turn blue black? So what do we get from this activity? That yes, chlorophyll is required for photosynthesis. We proved that chlorophyll is required for photosynthesis, right? Let's move to the next activity. Very important, asked so many times in the previous year, guys. Please focus, right? We have taken 2 plants here instead of 1. Again, I have kept it in the dark so that, yes, de-starch, right? So that all the starch gets used up. Now before placing it in the sunlight, what I did, I took a jar and into that I added something in it. What is that something? It has potassium hydroxide. Potassium hydroxide. I have added in the A potassium hydroxide, and for the B plant, I have not added any potassium hydroxide. Then what I have done, I have took a bell jar, and I have placed it over the plant. Now what I have done, I have used the Vaseline to seal the corners, right? To seal the corners, I have used the Vaseline. That whatever is inside remains inside. What from outside, nothing is coming inside. No air is coming from outside. It is sealed. To seal this, I have used Vaseline. And again, after placing it in sunlight, I'm going to take a leaf, break it down. Then I'm going to add into the boiling water and then into an alcohol solution to make it colorless, and then add finally iodine. Now where the blue-black color comes? A or B? A or B? Okay, let's have a look at it. Let's decode it together, right? Just see in the A we see KOH. In the A we have KOH, but in the B there is no KOH. KOH is nothing but potassium hydroxide, right? So if I say in the A, KOH is there. What is the function of KOH? KOH absorbs CO2. If it absorbs CO2, again, very important question in the exams, the examiner asks what is the function. So KOH, it absorbs CO2. So if CO2 is absorbed, do we have any CO2 available? No CO2 available because it is absorbed by KOH. So I can say CO2 is not available. CO2 is not. Cross means it's not there. It's absent, right? If CO2 is not there, will photosynthesis takes place? No. Right? One of the raw materials, CO2 was reducing into carbohydrate, right? No photosynthesis. No photosynthesis means, yes, no glucose, and no glucose means no starch, and no starch means, amazing guys, no blue black color. Clear? Is it making sense? Just the opposite. If in the B KOH is not there, then no one is there to absorb CO2. CO2 is not getting absorbed. If CO2 is not getting absorbed, CO2 will be available. If CO2 will be available, photosynthesis will be taking place. Obviously, glucose will be formed, which will be converted into starch, and hence the blue-black color. So from here, what we observed, that yes, CO2 is required for photosynthesis. Clear? That is what it is written here. I have told you in short in this form, right? Okay. One more activity, though it is not given in your NCERT, but why I am telling you, a similar question was asked in previous years. So you should be knowing that this can come in your exam as well, right? So what we have taken a plant, and again, we have just putting a condition. In one, there was variegated leaf. In one, there was KOH. Here, what we did, we took a black paper strip and we covered certain region of the leaf. Right? Again, the same activity, and then we put the iodine. What will be the color? Where blue-black color will be formed? Yes, you could see here, though the answer is pretty clear. It will be in the region where the region was exposed to sunlight, which was not covered by the black strip. Right? So obviously, if it is black paper strip, sunlight won't be there. And if sunlight won't be there, photosynthesis won't be there. Glucose won't be there. Starch won't be there. And obviously, blue-black color won't be there. But in the exposed region, photosynthesis will be there, since the region is exposed. The sunlight will be there, right? So sunlight tick, photosynthesis tick, glucose tick, starch tick, and again blue-black color tick. Hence the region are right. Let's move ahead. Now comes the heterotrophic nutrition, where the organism cannot make their own food. They derive the nutrition from other organism. It is of three types: holozoic, saprophytic and parasitic. Holozoic is the nutrition which is performed by us. What do? We take the food and then we break it down inside our body, right? That is what is happening. What they do, they take the food in and break it down. Take the food and break inside the body. Can you think of any example apart from humans? Apart from humans, I have told you humans obviously. Yes, yes. Amazing. That is amoeba. Amoeba. And let's move to the saprophytic nutrition, right? Let's have a look into the saprophytic nutrition. So what happens in saprophytic nutrition? These organisms, they feed on dead and decaying plants and animals. So they derive their food from the dead and decaying organic matter. So how they obtain the food? Let's have a look at it. Let's say it is a saprotrophic organism, right? What are the examples? The example can be fungus, right? Suppose this is a saprotrophic organism, it's a fungus, right? Fungus, let's say maybe it's a mushroom, all eat it mushroom, right? Bread mold. Bread mold is the one, the black colored thread like structures you see on your stale bread, right? Or maybe we can mention yeast as well. So these are the examples of saprotrophic nutrition. So what do they do? How they obtain the nutrient? Let's say this is the food of them. This is the food of the saprophytic nutrition. What is the food? The dead and decaying plant and animals. So what they do, they actually release some substances out, right? They release some substances out so as to break down the food, right? Relate it, right? How we are breaking down the food? What are the substances which break down the food? Those substances are called as the enzymes. Enzymes are nothing but biocatalyst, something which increases the rate of the reaction, right? How we are breaking it down? Suppose I give you to break a wall. You need some apparatus to break that, right? You need something with you. Let's say you need a hammer to break it down. Similarly, we organism, how we break our food down with the help of those hammer-like structures called as enzymes, right? So this food will be broken down by some enzymes, and these organisms, they are not how we are breaking down. We are taking the food inside and breaking it down inside only. But they are breaking the food down outside. So they release the substances out and they break the food down. That is, and once a fancy word is used for breaking it down, and that is digestion. So digestion is nothing but breakdown, right? So the food is broken down. The food is broken down outside and then it will be absorbed. Then they're gonna absorb it. So food is broken down outside. Unlike us, we break our food inside our body only, right? So we can define it as they derive the nutrients from dead and decaying organic matter, that is the dead plants, the fallen leaf, dead animal, all of that. And how do they do that? They release the enzymes out so as to break it down and then absorb it, right? So they digest the food outside the body and then absorb it. Right? Making sense? What about parasites? You all know. Let's say leech is growing on my body. Leech, right? So what it is doing? It is deriving the nutrient from a living organism. And I am a host for the leech. right? So I can say parasitic organisms are nothing but the organisms which obtain the nutrition from the dead and decaying, or not dead and decaying, I'm really sorry, but the living organism, right? So they obtain the food, or shall I say nutrients, from living organism. That living organism can be called as host, by living on or inside them. Why I have mentioned inside? Yes, leech was growing on my body. It's like taking nutrients from here. Can these parasites enter into our body as well? Yes. For example, Plasmodium, which causes malaria, right? It is an example of a parasite which is taking the nutrients by entering inside my body, right? There are various examples. You see, like in the head, we sit, say, Mama, juए nikal do, right? There are lice in our hair, right? Which our mother picks up, or there are shampoos or whatnots there to remove that, right? Similarly, on the body of the dogs, there are ticks. On the plants, you see that yellowish thing called as the amar bale. You see that? A yellowish bale-like structure called as amar bale, right? So we can mention all of that here. So leeches, Plasmodium, ticks, lice, Cuscuta. Cuscuta is nothing but the scientific name for amar bale. Tapeworm, ascaris, these all are the example of the parasites. That was all about it. That was all the 3 types of heterotrophic nutrition. Now we're going to enter into this holozoic nutrition we're going to study in detail. So basically, we saw that it takes place in the amoeba, right? So basically in amoeba, or in humans, be it amoeba, be it humans, be it paramecium, the 5 steps are there in the holozoic nutrition. The very first step is ingestion. Ingestion is intake of the food. Then the second step is breakdown of the food, that is digestion. Then the third step is where we are absorbing it, that is absorption. Then the fourth step is assimilation. We are using that digested and absorbed food to obtain energy, that is assimilation. And lastly, whatever food is not digested, we're going to remove it off our body, called as egestion. The 5 steps will be common: ingestion, digestion, absorption, assimilation, and egestion, right? Shall we see it in amoeba? So basically, amoeba derive its food using the finger-like projections called as pseudopodia. So do you see this finger-like projection? This is the amoeba diagram shown here, right? This is the amoeba and this is the nucleus of amoeba, and here is the food. So what amoeba does, it just takes its pseudopodia towards the food. It spreads the pseudopodia towards the food, right? So pseudopodia, pseudo, break down the word again, bio, break it to crack it, break it to make it. So pseudo means false, and podia means feet. So it looks like false feet. Obviously, it's not the true feet of amoeba. It looks like feet, but these are false. What amoeba do, that amoeba takes the pseudopodia towards the food and then fuse the pseudopodia over the food, right? Could you see this is the food and amoeba is gonna fuse this pseudopodia, right? And once it fuses the pseudopodia over the food, it forms a structure called as a food vacuole. It forms a structure called as food vacuole. This process is ingestion. The food is ingested, right? After ingestion, what happens inside the food vacuole? The food is broken down. That process is digestion. Once inside the food vacuole, the food is broken down, then the amoeba is gonna absorb it. Absorb where? Absorb it into the cytoplasm. Then it will be absorbed into the cytoplasm. This is absorption. The next step is okay, right? All right. So the next step, Once it has absorbed it into the cytoplasm, it's going to use it to make energy for the growth, for the development, right? It's going to use that digested food. And once assimilation is done, then it's going to throw out the waste, right? That was the 5 steps, right, which is mentioned here. Ingestion is intake of the food with the help of the pseudopodia, right? Right, to form a food vacuole. What happens within the food vacuole? The food is digested, right? After the digestion, it moves into the cytoplasm, that is absorption. Then it will be used for energy, that is assimilation. And lastly, egestion is the removal of that undigested food material. Clear? Clear or not? Yes, let's move ahead. Now, paramecium. In amoeba, it is a unicellular organism, right? Isn't it? Amoeba is a unicellular organism and it does not have a fixed shape. I can draw amoeba like this. I can draw amoeba like this. It does not have any fixed shape. So the food can be taken through the entire cell surface. But what about one more unicellular organism, paramecium? Paramecium, it looks something like that. Right? It looks something like that. A slipper-shaped organism, paramecium, it is, yes, a unicellular organism, but it is having a fixed shape. It is not changing its shape. The shape is not irregular, it's fixed. How does this take the food? So basically, in the case of paramecium, there is a specific site for the ingestion and there is a specific site for the ingestion, right? For us, we take our food through the mouth. So similarly, this is like a mouth for this paramecium, and we excrete our, or should I say, we ingest our food through the anus. So it will have a anus for the removal of the undigested. Making sense, right? So the only difference, the rest all the process remains same. Only difference is the amoeba can take the food through the entire cell surface, but paramecium takes it through the specific spot, right? So which is mentioned here. So the cell mouth is called as the cytosome, which is there for the ingestion, right? So I can say specific spot for ingestion and egestion. What is the spot for ingestion? That is intake of the food. That can be called as the cell mouth. And what is the structure for the egestion of the food? That is called as the cell anus, right? The spot through which the food, undigested food, is removed from the body, right? Making sense? Now let's say food is here. Let's say food is here, but this is the cell mouth. This is the cell mouth. How food will move to this place? How the food will move to this place? Right? Paramecium does not have hands to take it to the mouth. Then how it is going to move? Yes. So basically, paramecium has cilia, some hair-like structure called as cilia. So cilia, they're gonna move and they're gonna, it's working like a broom, it's working like a jhadu, like that, right? So it's gonna move and bring this food near to the cell mouth. So what is the function of the cilia? They will bring the food to the mouth, right? So by the help of cilia, it will move the cell mouth. Making sense? Only difference between amoeba and paramecium is this. Right? The cilia is the ingestion and egestion with the help of specific cell structures, or shall I say specific spots, right? Let's move to nutrition in humans. So in humans, for the digestion, for the breakdown, we have a separate organ system dedicated called as the human digestive system, right? Human digestive system. It is consisting of two parts are there. Let's have a look at both the parts. Are you ready? Are you ready, guys? Come on, are you riding with me? I hope you all are not sleeping. You are here continuously making notes. Let's have a look at it, right? So let's say, what is the very first structure? Right, for the ingestion we have mouth, right? So very first part of the digestive system is mouth. Then there is a food pipe called as esophagus. Then we have stomach. Then we have this small intestine. Then we have this large intestine. And finally we have anus, right? Mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and anus. Clear? So this is the whole tube, a continuous tube of 6 to 9 meters of varying diameter. Somewhere diameter is less, somewhere diameter is more, and it is very extensively coiled so as to fit in this place, right? This continuous tube from mouth to anus, this is called as the digestive tract. This is called as the digestive tract. So digestive system is actually broken down into two parts, that is alimentary canal and associated glands. Alimentary canal is nothing but the digestive tract. Please mention here digestive tract, or this can also be called as the GIT. GIT stands for gastrointestinal tract. Gastrointestinal tract, right? So this is the site where actual digestion is taking place. These are the different structures present in it: mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and anus, right? What about the other structures? What about the other structures? For example, we have liver here, right? For example, we have a pancreas here. What are these structures doing? They are not part of this tube. Food is not going into it. Then what is the role of these two? Why I am mentioning them here? Because they'll be making something and they'll be pouring that into this digestive tract. They'll be synthesizing something and they will pour their secretion into the digestive tract to help in digestion. So basically, yes, they help in digestion but not directly a part of the digestive tract, right? So these are called as the associated glands, that is, they help facilitate in digestion. Salivary glands, liver, and pancreas. Clear? Shall we start? Shall we move ahead with the very first part of our digestive system, that is mouth? Shall we start? Alright, then let's move ahead. The very first part, mouth. Mouth is the part where you ingest the food, right? It is for the intake of the food. What is the purpose of the mouth? The purpose is, the purpose is basically it helps in the intake of the food. It is for the ingestion of the food. So mouth has this cavity, right? It has this cavity. So this is called as the buccal cavity, or also called as the oral cavity. Mouth cavity, buccal cavity, oral cavity are just the other names of it. What are the different structures present in it? The very first structures you see is your teeth, right? The very first structure you see is your teeth, right? So mouth has teeth. What are teeth doing? Let's say we have taken a bite of apple. It's gonna tear it, it's gonna chew it, it's gonna break it into simpler pieces. Remember, teeth are just breaking down the physical structure. They are not disturbing the chemical structure of the apple, right? Just breaking down. Suppose apple was this, it will just break down into simpler form. It will not break down the chemical structure of the apple, whatever it is made up of, all the sugars it is made up of. It's not gonna break the chemicals. It's just destroying the physical structures. So what is teeth doing? Teeth are breaking down the ingested food into smaller pieces. It's gonna break down the ingested food into smaller pieces. Now remember, this is a physical digestion and not a chemical digestion. So I can say it's a physical, or also I can use the word mechanical. Clear? Making sense? So this is the function of the teeth. They are breaking it down, breaking the food down. Let's move ahead. Now, what is this structure? We'll come to it later. First, I want to tell you one more thing from here before we see the detail of the tooth, I want to tell you one more thing, that is one more thing which you're going to find in your mouth here, right, near your ears, around your lower jaw, that is salivary glands. Salivary glands. What are salivary glands doing now? The salivary glands is producing a juice called as saliva, right? Whenever we see a food, we say, मुंह में पानी आ गया, right? Means you are salivating, right? So basically the salivary glands function is to secrete the saliva. It's making this saliva and releasing into your mouth cavity, right? Called as saliva. What does saliva has? Obviously, saliva will have water, right? It will have mucus. Mucus is nothing but a slimy substance so as to lubricate the food. One important thing which the saliva has is an enzyme. Yes, a digestive enzyme, something to break the food. And that enzyme is called as salivary amylase. So, saliva has an enzyme. It has salivary amylase. What is this salivary amylase doing? What is this salivary amylase doing? So basically it's an enzyme, right? Enzyme is something which can speed up the rate of the reaction, also called as the biocatalyst. So salivary amylase is actually an enzyme. Now what it is breaking down? It is breaking down sugar. It is a carbohydrate breaking enzyme. So I can say it is a starch or sugar digesting enzyme. So it is an enzyme which break down the starch, which break down a big sugar into simpler sugar. So what it is doing, it is simply breaking down the complex sugar into simpler sugars. Remember guys, you started with starch, right? Breaking down the starch. Remember the most complex form is the starch, right? It will be broken down, then we can call it as simpler sugar, right? Starch was a complex sugar, then we come to simpler sugar, and the end product will be simplest sugar, that is glucose. It's not breaking it down into simplest form. The middle portion is there, simpler form, right? We have not reached to the simplest form glucose yet, right? So now, is it a physical digestion or a chemical digestion? The chemical is broken down, so it's a chemical digestion and not a physical digestion. So that was about salivary glands. Let's move ahead. Okay, now we come to tooth. Before we come to the cross section of the tooth, one more thing which is present in this your mouth cavity is your tongue, isn't it? Tongue is there, right? So tongue, if we talk about tongue also, we can mention here tongue as well. So what is a tongue? Tongue is a muscular structure, right? It is made up of muscle. Now this muscular structure, what it is doing? What is the function of tongue? What it is doing? Isn't it mixing the food with the saliva? Isn't it doing that? Right? Once you chew your food, it is also mixing the food with the saliva. And let's say you are done with chewing. What do? Try to do the action of swallowing the food. Imagine there is food in your mouth and you're swallowing it. Do that. So could you feel that tongue is pushing it? The tongue is pushing it. Right? So what does the tongue do? First, yes, it mixes the food with the saliva. Second function, it pushes the food backwards so as to help in swallowing, right? So I can say the functions, the function is it mixes the food with saliva and also it helps in swallowing. Helps in swallowing by pushing the food backwards. By pushing the food backwards. That was all about the tongue, right? Now we see the cross section of the tooth. Now no one is gonna ask you to draw it. No one, right? But why I am telling you, there is a yellow box given in your NCERT, right? Something like that will be written here. A yellow box is there. And in that yellow box, some words are used like enamel and dentine. Right? From where these words are coming? So as to make you understand this topic, I am dealing with this cross section of the tooth. You don't have to mug up, right? Just understand what is happening. Clear? Shall we see? So if we take a tooth and we take a section of it and then we are observing it, right? Then we are observing. So the innermost part of the tooth, the innermost, right? This part is called as the pulp cavity. This part is called as the pulp cavity. What is pulp cavity? Innermost part, and it is the part where the blood vessels are there, where the nerves are there, right? It has the blood vessels and the nerves. This pulp cavity, innermost part. Then outer to the pulp cavity, we have a structure called as dentine, right? The outer to the pulp cavity, let me show it with this color maybe. This structure which you could see here, this is nothing but dentine. Outer to the pulp cavity. And outer to dentine, we have a structure called as enamel. Outer to the dentine is a structure called as enamel. Enamel is the hardest substance of the body, even harder than your bones. Can you imagine? Yes, even harder than your bones. Hardest substance of the body. Right, the innermost pulp cavity, then dentine, then enamel. So enamel is the one which is exposed to the day and life food, right? Now why I told you that? So whenever you eat the food, right, obviously whenever you eat the food, there will be bacteria present in it, right? So the food along with the bacteria, they form a mass. Bacteria and food, they form a mass and they stick on the teeth. They form a layer. And this layer is called as dental plaque. Could you see this layer here? Could you see this layer? This layer. Right? This yellowish weird thing. Have you seen in front? This layer in any of your friends or relatives' mouth? That is, they are not taking care of their oral hygiene. They are not brushing their teeth regularly. Something is going wrong if you see those. Be aware, okay? By the way, coming back to it. So the mass of bacteria along with the food stick on the teeth and this forms a dental plaque. I'll be like, ma'am, okay, let it be. Why are you saying it's an issue? Why are you saying be aware? It just, maybe it will look ugly, but let it be. I am okay with the ugliness. Let me tell you, it's just not gonna look ugly. But what this bacteria is gonna do, the food will have sugars in it, isn't it? The food has sugars in it. Whatever you're having, it's carbohydrate, right? So if I say the food has sugar, so what is this bacteria doing? What is this bacteria doing? So bacteria acts on the sugar. It breaks down the sugar. It breaks down the sugar and produces acids. Oh my God. And this acid, see here. This acid will first demineralize the enamel, then it will enter the dentine, so it will damage the dentine, and finally will enter into the pulp cavity. So it is destroying the enamel, dentine, pulp cavity. Ultimately, what will you have? You will have pain, you will have bleeding, right? All these things. Their infection will be there, inflammation will be there, right? That is, your tooth is decaying, right? Your tooth is decaying. So basically, this is called as dental caries or tooth decay, right? Where the enamel and dentine, they are softening, basically demineralizing because of the bacteria acting on the sugars to produce acid. And once these bacteria cells, they stick onto the teeth along with the food, this is called as dental plaque. Obviously, you're going to brush your teeth regularly. You're going to have this issue. So please do not forget to brush your teeth at least twice, or twice is good, morning and in the night. Good to go, right? Let's move ahead. After the mouth, what is the part which is there? I told you that is esophagus. Esophagus is nothing but the food pipe, right? Okay, tongue we have seen. Okay, there's an activity given here. Shall I look into the activity? Now I'll be like, okay ma'am, let it be, leave it. Again, we cannot leave any activities in the exam. Questions have come and it can come in the future. Right, so what we have done, we have taken 2 test tubes, and in both the test tubes we have added starch, right? We have added sugar, we have added starch, right? In test tube A, I added saliva and let it sit for few time, and in the B, C, I have not added any saliva, right? Only in the A I have added starch and saliva, and the B only starch is there, right? After few minutes, I am gonna add iodine in both. I'm gonna add iodine in both. So where will the blue-black color come? Where will the blue-black color come? If you've understood the concept of saliva, you'll be able to answer. What is saliva doing? What is saliva doing, guys? Saliva breaks down the starch into simple sugars. I told you it breaks down the starch into simple sugars. So guys, wherever we have saliva, do we have any starch there? No starch. If starch is not there, how can the blue-black color comes? No blue-black color in A, but the blue-black color will be there in the B because there is no saliva, only starch is there. Starch reacts with iodine to give blue-black color, right? This is what it is mentioned here, right? I hope it's clear. Tongue, we have done it. Let's move to the esophagus, which is also called as the food pipe. So it's a connection between the mouth and the stomach. So there's a connection between mouth and the stomach. Now here the food will move. Obviously there will be no digestive enzyme secreted through the esophagus. What is happening? Only the food will be moving towards the stomach. How it will move? Just imagine, guys, once we are brushing our teeth and our toothpaste is about to be over. It's just about to be over. What you do? You just press here, then the toothpaste shifts forward. Then you again press here, the toothpaste shifts forward, right? Something like that. Have you ever done that, or it is just me? It is just me being confused, or have you also done that? Okay, do let me know. Alright, coming back to here. So this type of movement where there's alternate contraction and relaxation. Contract means, suppose this is esophagus. If it is remaining like that, that is relaxed. And if it is squeezing like that, it means contract, right? So let's say food is here. So this part is relaxed. Now this part will contract so that the food moves ahead. Then this part will contract so that the food moves ahead, right? So this is happening. You could see here the food is here somewhat relaxed state. Then here the contraction will be taking place. It will move forward. Again, this alternate contraction, relaxation for the movement of the food. This is called as the peristaltic movement, right? Happening in the esophagus for the movement of the food, right? Shall we move ahead? Peristaltic, remember this movement, also called as peristalsis. If you ever see the word peristalsis, same, right? Next we come to stomach. The stomach is a J-shaped structure, right? It's J-shaped, right? Something looks like this. Isn't it a J-shaped structure? Yes, it is. Now what is this stomach doing? What is this stomach doing? Now in the mouth we have seen sugar is getting digested by salivary amylase. In the esophagus there was no enzyme, right? What happens in stomach? So stomach, basically it has in the walls also it has some glands. So in the walls it has some glands, just like we had salivary glands, right? Similarly here in the wall of the stomach we have glands called as gastric gland. For the stomach, we use the word gastric. So in the wall of the stomach, we have those glands called as gastric gland, similar to what we had in the mouth. In the mouth, we had salivary glands. In the stomach, gastric glands. Now, gastric gland will produce something. That something is called as gastric juice, right? So in the wall of the stomach, there is gastric gland which produce gastric juice. Let's have a look at the gastric juice. What does the gastric juice contains? Okay, shall we move ahead? Alright, let's move ahead. Okay, now we have gastric glands which secrete gastric juice, right? Let's have a breakdown of the gastric juice. All right, give me a minute. We're going to see what all does this gastric, right? What all is a gastric juice. So basically, gastric juice contains three things. That is, it has mucus, it has HCl, hydrochloric acid, right? And it has an enzyme called as pepsinogen. Pepsinogen, right? So basically, gastric juice contains three things. That is mucus, HCl, and pepsinogen. Shall we look into the functions? So basically, pepsinogen, it's an inactive enzyme. It's an enzyme, but it is right now inactive. Whatever function is the function of pepsinogen, it's right now not performing that, right? So it's an inactive enzyme. So first of all, if I want this pepsinogen to function, I need to activate it, right? I need to activate it. I'm gonna activate it. So this HCl is like, don't worry, HCl is here, nothing to fear. So HCl is gonna come and it's gonna convert it into pepsin. It's gonna convert it into pepsin. So it is pepsin, an active enzyme, right? Active enzyme. What sort of active enzyme it is? It is an protein digesting enzyme. It's gonna digest the proteins, right? So remember, pepsin is now active and it's a protein digesting enzyme. Pepsin is like very dramatic queen. Pepsin is like, if I'm gonna act, I need acidic conditions. Similarly, if you're studying here, you'll be like, no, we need ACs, we need coolers, we need fans if we want to study. We need specific types of pens, specific types of coffee. Similarly, this pepsin is also a drama queen. So pepsin is like, if I'm gonna break down the protein, okay, I'm gonna do that, but I require acidic condition. Who is gonna provide that acidic condition? Yes, HCl again. So basically, I can say HCl two functions are done. That is, it activates the pepsin and it provides the acidic medium for the pepsin to act, right? It is creating the acidic medium. So I can say gastric juice actually acidic in nature because of the presence of HCl, right? So I can mention few function of HCl. It activates the pepsin. Second, it will create acidic medium for the action of pepsin, right? So that pepsin can act. What all is this HCl doing? So once you eat the food, there are some bacteria, some germs entering with your food. So it's gonna kill that also, right? Those microorganisms, sometimes they cannot survive in this acidic condition. So I can say it is gonna kill the germs ingested along with food. Also, one more thing I would like to tell you, that HCl is gonna soften the food also, that so that it can easily be digested, right? So it is also softening the food. Clear? Clear? Now HCl is such a strong acid, if you're gonna pour it on your hand, it's burn. How your stomach is not burning? How come your inner lining of stomach is good, is intact, it's doing fine? There must be something, isn't it? So what does our stomach has for that function? Let's say this is my stomach, right? And we have a strong acid here, HCl. L. How my stomach is protected? With the help of mucus. Mucus is like a thin, slimy secretion, right? So, like, what is a mucus? If you want to imagine, sometimes we have cold, right? And during the cold, our nose is coming out. So, that nosy, that slimy substances, that is nothing but a mucus, right? So, our inner lining of the stomach, see the inner lining of the stomach, it having this layer called as mucus. Could you see? So it's acting like a barrier, right? It's acting like a barrier between the stomach and HCl. So therefore mucus is very helpful in protecting our inner lining of the stomach, right? I can mention it here. Thick, slimy secretion. It protects inner lining of stomach. From whom? From the HCl. The L. Right now, I have told you the function of mucus. Just imagine, guys, if the mucus is not there, what will happen then? If mucus is not, then there is no barrier between the HCl and the stomach lining. HCl will go and attack the stomach lining. What will happen then? It will lead to pain, bleeding, and that is nothing but ulcers, right? So remember, if mucus is not there, I am mentioning it here. If mucus is not there, it will lead to ulcer, right? Why ulcers? Because if mucus is not there, HCl will go and directly attack the inner lining, leading to pain, bleeding, and ulcer. Clear? That was about the gastric juice, which is acidic in nature. Here in the stomach, the protein is digested, right? Again, what is the smallest unit of protein? Protein, there are peptides, and the smallest unit is amino acid. We have not come to amino acids yet. Remember, the complete digestion has not taken place yet. Okay, let's move to the small intestine, which is the longest part of our alimentary canal, the longest part, right? Remember, this is the site where digestion will be taking place. This is the site where absorption will also be taking place. So, it is a site of complete digestion as well as absorption. Primary area for the absorption, as well as this is the site of complete digestion. So how it is digesting the food? It must be digesting the food with something, right? So it's gonna take the help of, pancreatic juice, right? The juice coming from the pancreas. I told you these organs, the pancreas and livers, their food is not coming, but they are making something which they're pouring into the alimentary canal, right? They're helping in it. So where are they helping? They're helping the small intestine for the complete digestion of the food. So they are getting the pancreatic juice from the pancreas, the bile juice from the liver, and finally they must be making their own juice, right? Intestine is there. Just like stomach made their own gastric juice, similarly they must be making their own juice, that is intestinal. Right? Into the small intestine. Obviously from the stomach, partially digested food is coming. But what else is coming? Pancreatic juice is also coming. Bile juice is also coming. These things are coming into the stomach, isn't it? Bile juice, the pancreatic juice, and obviously the partially digested food from the stomach. Now let's have a look at the liver and the pancreas now. So liver is, by the way, the largest gland of the body. Now this liver, it produces a juice, and that juice is called as the bile juice, right? So it secretes bile juice. Now what is the function of this bile juice? What is this bile juice? Let's have a look into the function. There are two basic functions: turn the medium alkaline and emulsification. What is that? See, I told you few moments back that our pepsin is very dramatic, right? It needs acidic medium. Similarly, pancreatic juice, whatever was coming, I told you it is also helping in digestion. How it will be helping in digestion? Pancreatic juice having some enzymes in it. That is why it is helping in digestion. So remember, pancreatic juice enzymes, they require alkaline medium, right? Now pepsin is different type of dramatic, it needs acidic medium, and the enzymes of pancreatic juice are different type of dramatic, they need alkaline medium. Now the food coming from the stomach was acidic. Can those dramatic pancreatic enzymes act in this acidic medium? Oh no. Oh, then how will the food be digested? So bile juice will be like, nothing to worry, when I am here, I am gonna take care of everything. So what it is gonna do, it's gonna come and provide that alkaline medium, right? So it turns the medium alkaline so that pancreatic enzymes can act. Clear? Done. What is the other function? The other function is emulsification. What do we mean by that? So whenever you take any fat, right, any oil or ghee or maybe chola bhaturas, kurkure, momo and whatnot, all the oil is coming, right, yummy deliciousness, right? So those fat molecules, they join together to form a big molecule. So the fat molecules, they form a large globule of the fat. Now just imagine, I have given you a small hammer, very small hammer. I have given you a whole pahad, a whole mountain to break. Can you break that with that small hammer? You'll be like, ma'am, why? Why are you doing this with us? No. So if we're gonna get small rocks, then maybe still we can break it with the hammer, but such molecule I cannot break. Similarly, such globule of the fat, right? Right now we have seen the fat broken down by the sugar broken down by the amylase, the protein broken down by the pepsin. Similarly, for the breakdown of the fat, we have an enzyme called as lipase. Now lipase is like, I cannot attack this, such a big molecule, break it down first. So bile juice is like, again, when I am here, nothing to fear, right? So what it is gonna do, it is gonna break it down into simpler substances. It is breaking down into simpler globules, right? Small globules of fat. Can now enzyme easily act? Yes, because the area is increased. Now lipase, or shall I say fat digesting enzyme, can act, right? So I can say increase the surface area for enzyme action. Which enzyme? Lipase. Lipase is what? Which break down fat. So this process of conversion of the large globule of the fat into simpler, this process is called as emulsion. Just a fancy word for a very simple process. That was the function of the bile juice, turning the medium alkaline and emulsification of fat. Two things taken care by the bile juice, right? Next, move to the pancreas. Now pancreas is the one, okay, we have a gallbladder also. What is gallbladder doing? Liver is forming the bile juice. Who is storing the bile juice? Gallbladder, right? It stores the bile, right? Formed by the liver and stored by the gallbladder. Remember? One more question I have for you. If the question says that tell me one organ which helps in digestion but does not secrete any enzyme, what is gonna be the answer? The answer is gonna be yes. Yes, amazing guys. I'm so proud of you. The answer is liver. Remember, the bile juice helps in digestion, right? Nothing to fear drama. But it does not have any digestive enzyme. Remember, do not know digestive enzymes. Very important. Does not have any digestive enzymes. Right? Clear? Chalo, let's move forward towards the pancreas. Now, pancreas is basically located behind the stomach. We all saw in the diagram. Now, pancreas produce pancreatic juice, isn't it? The juice produced by pancreas is pancreatic. So, I can say it secretes pancreatic. Now, what is this pancreatic juice doing? Let's have a look at it. So, basically, pancreatic juice has three types of enzyme. One which break down sugar, one which break down fat, one which break down, yes, you guessed it right, that is protein. So, protein, fat and carbohydrate digesting enzymes are there. Pancreatic amylase, where it is? Here, right? Pancreatic amylase digest amylase, that is sugar, right? So, it's a sugar digesting enzyme. It will break down sugar into simpler substances. Just like we have salivary amylase, right? Present in the saliva. Pancreatic amylase present in the pancreatic juice. Trypsinogen, again we can remember by trypsin only, ogen as in inactive form. Trypsin, what is trypsin doing? It is a protein digesting enzyme. Protein digesting enzyme. What is pancreatic lipase doing? I just told you lipase break down the fat, right? Fat digesting enzyme. Is it making sense? Yes or no? We have a sugar breaking down enzyme, we have a protein breaking down enzyme, we have a fat breaking down, right? Making sense? That was all about the pancreas and the liver. Now I'll be backing to the intestine. So I told you intestine glands are there which will make their own juice, intestinal juice, and this juice will complete the breakdown. It will complete the breakdown of the food, right? It will complete the breakdown of this food. Now once the food is completely digested, the food is completely digested. What do we mean by that? So that we mean that from the starch, from the sugar, we are getting the end products, right? I told you starch is the biggest molecule, then smaller, then the smallest is glucose. Similarly, protein is the biggest, the smallest is amino acid. So it will be breaking the starch into glucose. It will be breaking down the fats into fatty acid and glycerol. And lastly, it will be breaking down proteins into amino acid. Right? Making sense to everyone. These are the digested end products. When the digestion is completed, what happens next? Absorption. And I told you it is the site of absorption as well. Right? Let's move ahead now. This absorption. Now, how the absorption takes place? So, if we look into the small intestine, see, small intestine was like this, right? What I've done, I've taken a section of it, then I'm saying, see, it's like this, a tube is there. So, I'm going to take a section, it will look something like that, right? A circular section, right? So, if I see the small intestine, it will look something like that. And if I see the inner lining of the small intestine, this will be the inner lining. Now, the inner lining of the small intestine has these folds, and these folds are called as villi, right? So, I can say inner lining of the small intestine have folds called as villi. What are these villi? They are nothing but finger-like projections. Finger-like projections, right? So we can mention these are nothing but finger-like projection. So what is absorption? Basically, absorption is the digested end products is entering into the bloodstream, right? So we can say absorption is nothing but the digested end products. They are entering into the blood. From where? From the small intestine. Isn't it? This is absorption. So now what is the purpose of this villi? Just imagine if it is like that. The surface area is less, area is less. Why increase like that? Right? In the same area I have grown these finger-like projections. Right? What is there? The area has increased or not? Yes. So more the area, more the things can be absorbed. Right? For example, the substances are digested here. They can be absorbed. But how they gonna be absorbed? They must need, yes, they must need blood vessel. What are blood vessel? Blood vessel is a tube. It's a pipe-like structure in which the blood transports, right? So I can say villi, two functions are there. That is, increases the surface area for absorption, for maximum absorption. More the surface area, more the absorption, and also it is supplied with the blood vessel. What are blood vessels doing? They are taking the digested end products to different parts of the body, right? They take the digested end products to each and every cell. Now what my cell is gonna do with this digested end products? Yes, they're gonna use it for making energy. They're gonna use it maybe to make new tissues or maybe repair old tissues. This process is assimilation. Assimilation. So assimilation is nothing. We are using those absorbed food for maybe energy, building new tissues or repairing old tissues, right? What next? Only digestion is, right? So once the digestion has done, absorption has done in the small intestine, now the food enters into the large intestine. Remember, the name is large, but the longest part is small intestine, right? Large, why? Because its diameter is within the, right? Now we come to the large intestine. What happens in the large intestine? Remember, in the large intestine, we have water absorption. I can say absorption of water as well as I'll be like, okay ma'am, here more water has absorbed, more minerals has absorbed. What now? Now the substance which was not absorbed, was not digested, we're gonna throw it out of the body. That process is egestion, right? What is egestion? Removal of the undigested, unabsorbed food from the body, right? That process is called as egestion. So is it like that you are always egesting out the waste, like you are standing here and I am egesting waste from my body? Does it happen so? No, clearly no, isn't it? Why? Because we have some structures called as sphincters which act like a gate. Suppose whenever I want the waste to be eliminated, that is once you go to the washroom, then only those gates will open and the waste are gonna be passed out, right? Similarly, guys, these gates are called as sphincters. These gates are present elsewhere also in the digestive system. For example, around your stomach. It will control when the food will enter the stomach. It will control when the food will go out from the stomach, right? So those structures are called as sphincters. We're going to mention them here, right? So in this slide we can mention that here we have some structures called as sphincters, right? For example, we have sphincters here, 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 right? So they will control the sphincters. What do? They regulate the movement of the, right? They regulate the movement. For example, the sphincters which we have around anus can be called as anal sphincters, right? So I hope that was all about digestion and it is making sense to everyone. The site of digestion, complete digestion, was none other than small intestine, right? That was all about digestion, right? What is the next life process? The next life process is respiration. Let's get started with respiration now. Okay, now we start with next. Alright, now we start with the next topic, that is respiration. Right? Now whenever we say respiration and when we use the word breathing, what is the difference between the two? What do you think the difference is? So whenever I say breathing, it just, right, whatever your yoga teacher is asking you to do, that is none other than breathing. But what is respiration then? Respiration is breakdown of the food to yield energy. This is respiration, breakdown of the food to yield energy. Remember the difference. Now if we talk about the respiration in plants, so we have seen till now that yes, there are stomata with the help of which the plant can take in the CO2 and release the oxygen, right? Leaves are there for the purpose of exchange of gases. Are other structures also there for the exchange of gases? The answer is yes. For example, it can take place with the help of the roots. Also, it can take place with the help of the stem. Obviously, if the stem is green, then there will be stomata there. But if the stem is old, that is woody stem is there, it will have some spores called as lenticels. Right? These structures, could you see small pores? But lenticels. So lenticels for woody stem, stomata for green stem. Obviously, you have seen the stomata by the leaf, right? So there are other structures also which help in the exchange of gases in the case of plants. There are two things mentioned here. So if we talk about the plants in the case of daytime, so do we have any respiration taking place there? What happens in respiration? What happens in respiration? So in the daytime, we have photosynthesis also taking place and we have respiration also taking. Okay, both are taking place, but during the daytime, the rate of photosynthesis is more than the rate of respiration. The rate of photosynthesis is more than the rate of respiration, right? What happens in photosynthesis and respiration? I am telling you, just remember we have to focus on the gases. You don't have to see water will be there, ma'am, glucose will be there. No, we are seeing with respect to only CO2 and oxygen. Yes, other substances will be there, but we'll be focusing here only on the CO2 and water. What happens in photosynthesis? We take in the CO2 and ultimately oxygen will be produced. Something like that. And remember, respiration is just opposite. We take the oxygen and CO2 will be produced. Right? Remember that. Respiration, oxygen is produced and oxygen is required and CO2 produced. We're going to see that. Okay, we're going to see that how. Right? So remember, respiration and photosynthesis are just opposite. Now, since the photosynthesis rate is higher, we require a lot of CO2. We require a lot of CO2. Some CO2 can be taken from here, which was produced in the respiration. Some CO2 will be taken from here. But what about rest of the CO2? From where it will come? Obviously from the atmosphere. So I can say during the daytime, the plants, they take CO2. But What about oxygen? What about oxygen? See here. Oxygen is produced, obviously it will be produced in large amount since the rate is more, and that oxygen, some can be used in respiration. Few of that oxygen can be used in respiration, but what about rest of that oxygen? Where will it go? It will go out. So I can say during the daytime, the respiration, we take CO2, plants take CO2 and release, yes, you guessed it, release oxygen. Great, everyone. What happens during the night time? Do we have any photosynthesis there? No, ma'am, no photosynthesis. Therefore, no photosynthesis we're gonna mention here, because in the daytime, in the night time, we do not have light. So no light, no photosynthesis. In the daytime, photosynthesis because sunlight was there. Right, in the night time, no photosynthesis, only respiration will be there. Right, in the respiration, what we have, right, we take in the oxygen and we release CO2. Now there's no one to provide that oxygen. So from where that oxygen will come? Obviously from outside, and if CO2 is produced, what are you gonna do with that CO2? We're gonna release it. So I can mention during the night time, the plants, they take oxygen and release. Clear or not? Making sense, right? Shall we move ahead? Okay, now respiration, I have already told you what we are doing. We are taking food and then using, we are breaking it down simply. Okay, let's study like that. So we are taking food and we are breaking it down. We are breaking it down into what? Into obviously energy. So we are breaking the food so as to yield the energy. Now respiration can be of two types. Respiration can be of two types. What are the two types? That is aerobic and anaerobic respiration. Aerobic and anaerobic respiration. So if the oxygen is required, right, if the breakdown of food takes place in the presence of oxygen, we call it as aerobic. If the breakdown of the food takes place in the absence of oxygen, we're going to call it as anaerobic. So here we require oxygen, here we do not require oxygen. Cross means not required, right? Shall we see it in detail now? So, okay. Here it is, right? So what is happening? Let's have a look at it. So we have food in the form of glucose, and we all know C6H12O6. So how many carbon molecule is glucose? It's a 6 carbon molecule. We are breaking it down, right? So first this 6 carbon molecule is broken down into 3 carbons molecule. A 6 carbon molecule is breaking down into 3 carbon molecule, and that 3 carbon molecule is pyruvate. We should be remembering the carbon number, please, right? So breakdown of the glucose into pyruvate. Glucose is a 6 carbon molecule, pyruvate is a 3 carbon molecule, and small amount of energy is released, right? Small amount of release. This takes place in the cytoplasm of the cell. This takes place in the cytoplasm of the cell. So whether it is aerobic respiration or whether it is anaerobic respiration, this step is common. This step is common for aerobic and anaerobic respiration. Now, if the oxygen is available, now after pyruvate the change will happen, right? If the oxygen is available, this pyruvate will be converted into CO2, water and energy. In the presence of oxygen, it will be converted into CO2, water and energy. So pyruvate converts into carbon dioxide, water and energy. This takes place in the presence of oxygen, and where it is taking place? In the mitochondria of the cell. Yes, the powerhouse of the cell. So in the mitochondria, this CO2, water and energy is produced. This type of respiration is called as aerobic respiration, right? Since oxygen is required. So I can mention this type is, this one is aerobic. Yeah, I should write it down. Aerobic respiration, right? The breakdown of the pyruvate into CO2, water, and energy in the mitochondria in the presence of oxygen. Let's say in humans only, I'm talking about humans. Let's say in humans only, I am doing some strenuous exercise. I have decided I'm gonna lose all the weight today. So I am gonna maybe do all the exercise today. So what happens then? After few minutes, I'll be like, oh my God, it's paining. My cramps are there, right? I'll be in cramps. So what is the situation? So if there is lack of oxygen, right? Obviously, we are taking oxygen to make energy. But if the oxygen during that time it decreases, there's lack of oxygen, then obviously pyruvate cannot take this path. Now what path is pyruvate gonna take? So during the lack of oxygen in our muscle cells, what happens? This pyruvate is gonna convert into lactic acid and energy. How many carbons are there in a lactic acid molecule? 3 carbons. Where it's gonna form in the muscle X. This forms during strenuous exercise, that is once you have decided I am gonna be having 6-pack abs, right? And remember, this lactic acid is the one which accumulate in the muscle and causes those cramps. Those cramps are caused by lactic acid. So I can say accumulate cause cramps. Cramps are caused by lactic acid. Now tell me what type of respiration is this? Aerobic or anaerobic? Yes, since there is lack of oxygen, oxygen is not present here, so we can say it is anaerobic respiration. We can mention here this anaerobic right. So these two both, they takes place in humans. One normally and one during the strenuous exercise, right? Now there are organisms which only perform anaerobic respiration, right? That is in the absence of oxygen, and the example is yeast. So pyruvate, in the absence of oxygen in the yeast, it will be converted into ethanol, CO2 and energy. And here ethanol is a 2-carbon molecule. Remember, ethanol is a 2-carbon molecule and lactic acid was a 3-carbon molecule. Remember that, right? Remember, in the lactic acid itself, it's a 3-carbon molecule, so there will be no CO2. Here CO2 is there, right? Again, this is aerobic or anaerobic. Absence of oxygen, yes. So it will be anaerobic again. Clear? Is it clear to you all? Aerobic in the... So if we see the location of the aerobic, it's cytoplasm first and then mitochondria. If we see the location of anaerobic, it's cytoplasm and this is also in the cytoplasm, no mitochondria, right? Let's have a look at the differences between the two, right? So if we see the differences, obviously in aerobic, oxygen is required, oxygen is not required. Location, cytoplasm and mitochondria, only in the cytoplasm. Right? Here, obviously, glucose is completely broken down into CO2, water. Here, there is incomplete breakdown. What are the end products? CO2 and water and obviously energy. Here, CO2 and ethanol or lactic acid. Right? CO2 and ethanol in the case of yeast and lactic acid in the case of muscles. Right? These were the end products, either this or this. Right? Lastly, remember this very important point. Whenever glucose is broken down via aerobic respiration, more energy is produced. In this process, more energy is produced, and in these two, less energy. So how much less? So energy is formed in the form of, what is the energy currency of the cell? Yes, it is ATP, adenosine triphosphate. So if we see here how many ATPs are formed, 36, 38. But if we look into this, that is anaerobic, only 2 ATP. So less ATP, right? Remember that. So here, more energy is produced. Here, less energy is produced. Clear? Shall we move ahead? right? Let's have a look into the ATP now. All right, moving towards ATP. So we discuss about ATP. We all know it's adenosine triphosphate. Triphosphates means it is made up of 3 phosphates. How it is made? Right, I told you ATP will be formed. How ATP will be formed? It will be from ADP, right? So if we have, suppose this is the adenosine molecule, and if we have adenosine and triphosphate, 1, 2, 3. If 3 phosphates are there, we're going to call it as ATP. If only 2 molecules are there, we're going to call it as ADP. So if to this ADP I add 1 more phosphate, there will be formation of ATP, right? Clear? Now how this ATP provides energy? So once, because of the addition of water, right? Once I'm gonna add water, because of addition of water, this last molecule, this last phosphate is gonna remove, and hence some energy will be released. And how much energy will be released? That is 30.5 kilojoule per mole of energy will be released once we break down the terminal phosphate of the ATP. And why I'm going to use that? For what I'm going to use that? So I can use it for different purposes like contraction of muscle, protein synthesis, conduction of nerve impulse, and many activities, right? So remember, ATP is giving you that energy which you require to perform different functions. Let's move ahead. Okay, now we have a respiratory system here. Let's talk about how basically we are respiring. Let's have a look into it. The very first structure we see is the nostrils. Nostrils are these openings through which the air is entering, right? These are the nostrils here, right? Followed by the nasal passage, right? This nasal passage, you could see this nasal passage. What is this nasal passage doing? So whenever have you ever done that? I know you must have done that. I know that you pick your nose, right? You put your fingers inside and you do like that. So what do you find once you enter your finger into the nose? What do you find? You find it's like having, some mucus is there, some slimy thing is there, and we find some hairs are there. What is hair and mucus doing? So it is filtering the air. Whenever air enters, there will be dust present in the air. So it is trapping those dust particles so as to filter the air. So remember, the nasal passage have hair as well as mucus so as to filter the air. Right? Followed by we have a common passage, this passage, right? This passage where food was also coming. So pharynx is the name of that common passage, and pharynx is nothing but a common passage for food and air, right? We can mention here. Common passage for and air, right? So very first structure we had the nostrils, second structure we had the nasal passage, then we have the pharynx, then we have the larynx. What does larynx do? Yes, larynx is voice box. It is producing sound. So it's a voice producing organ. So I can mention it here. Voice box. And after larynx, we have a trachea. After this larynx, right? I hope you all can relate, right? We started with nostril, then we have nasal passage, then we have this pharynx, then this is larynx, then this is trachea, right? We are up till here. Okay, where we were? We were at the trachea. Right? So trachea also called as windpipe. Just like esophagus is the food pipe, trachea is the windpipe. Windpipe. Now if you see the trachea, there are some rings present over the trachea, right? If I see this trachea, I have some rings here. Like that. It's not like a watch which completely cover my wrist, right? They are C-shaped like that, right? You could see some part is left like that. It's C-shaped, not O-shaped. C-shaped rings are there. What is the function of these rings? These rings are made up of cartilage, and what they are doing, they are just preventing the collapse of the trachea. So once there is no air in the trachea, the walls of the trachea, they might collapse, they might stick to each other. We do not want the walls of the trachea to stick to each other. Then how will the air flow? So we want, or we do not want the trachea to collapse. So it is basically doing nothing but preventing the collapse of the trachea, right? It prevents the collapse of trachea, right? Then what happens? The trachea enters into two places, right? You could see here, maybe I can show this. See, nasal passage, pharynx, larynx, trachea. Then trachea divides into two tubes called as bronchi. The trachea divides into two tubes called as bronchi. Now, have you seen any tree? You must have, right? So there are branches in the tree, right? Branch, more branching, more branching, more branching, more branching, more branching, more branching, and ultimately there will be a fruit there, right? Similarly, this is bronchi, which divides, further divides, further divides, further divides, and ultimately we have a balloon-like structure called as alveoli. Alveoli. So what is happening here? Let's come back to this beautiful diagram, right? So we have this trachea which is supported by the cartilage ring, which is preventing the collapse of the trachea. Then it is bifurcating into two, that is bronchi, and then bronchi are further getting divided into bronchioles, right? Bronchi divides to form bronchioles, and ultimately we have balloon-like structure called as alveoli. Clear? Clear? Right? At the bottom, right? At the bottom we have this structure called as diaphragm. Right? At the bottom we have the structure called as diaphragm. Clear? Clear? Making sense? And you could see these structures. See, our lungs are there, and in between the lungs there will be heart. Lungs are there, heart is there, right? So many important organs are there. Do they need protection? Yes, they require protection. And for the protection, we have this bony structure called as ribs. So ribs are there. These bony structures which you could see, these structures are called as ribs. I hope you can see these structures. They are called as ribs, right? Bony structures which protect the lungs and the heart. Right? Here, whole ribs are there. Clear? Clear? Making sense? Diaphragm is there, a muscular structure. Ribs, bony structure, right? Diaphragm is acting like a floor, and the ribs, they are acting like walls, remember, right? Ribs, they act like wall, and the diaphragm act like a floor. Clear? Okay. Now we move ahead. We have seen that. Okay. Now we come to alveoli. Alveoli are balloon-like structures, and let me tell you, they are always, let me draw a diagram here. Let's say, guys, this is my alveoli. Now imagine the function. We have to imagine it, right? Coming back to this diagram, what is the purpose of this diagram? So guys, what we have done, we have inhale oxygen-rich air, right? So it enters from the nostril, then moves to the nasal passage, then pharynx, larynx, trachea, then bronchi, then bronchioles, and ultimately move to alveoli. Right? It is coming ultimately to here. Now what we are going to do with this oxygen? We're going to use it to make energy. We have seen aerobic respiration. Now how? Let's say my muscle cell require this oxygen. How this oxygen is gonna move from my lungs to my muscles. How it's gonna move? It's gonna move with the help of, obviously, transportation is done by blood. So obviously the alveoli must be supplied by blood vessels. They must be supplied by blood vessels. What are blood vessels doing? The blood vessels are doing nothing, but they are carrying this oxygen to the different parts, so that whatever oxygen you have inhaled, right, it is traveling to different body parts. And whatever CO2 which is produced in the tissues, it is coming via this blood vessel. Here, this CO2 moves into the alveoli and will be thrown out. That is what is happening in respiration, right? We were using oxygen and CO2 was produced. So that CO2 comes along with the blood and will be thrown out. This exchange is taking place with the help of alveoli. This exchange of gases is called as diffusion. The process by which the exchange will be taking place, this is called as diffusion. Now, is it possible that this exchange will take place if the alveoli lining is so thick? It cannot. So the very first thing, the alveoli lining must be thin so that this exchange can take place. Secondly, since so many branches was there, it was to increase the number of alveoli, it was to increase the surface area of alveoli. More the surface area, more the exchange of the gases, right? Also, if this alveoli is not gonna allow the transport of O2 and CO2, it's be like, you know, I hate you guys, I'm not gonna allow you. So can they transport? No. So they should be permeable to the gases as well, otherwise the exchange will not take place. So what are the characteristic of a respiratory surface, or shall I say what are the characteristic of alveoli? The balloon-like structure, what is the function? It should be thin so that exchange can take place. It should be permeable, right? It should be moist. It should be highly vascular. What do you mean by vascular? Vascular means richly supplied by blood vessels. If blood vessels are not there, who's gonna take oxygen to the muscles or different parts, right? Vascular means blood vessels. And it should have obviously the large surface area. Clear? Is it clear to you all what is alveoli doing, right? Shall we move ahead? Shall we? Okay. The ribs we have seen, these are the protective structure, the bony structures, right? There are 12 pairs present in it, 12 pairs, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. 12 pairs are there, that is 24 in total, right? It is a bony structure majorly, and it is forming the wall, right? There's a cavity formed, the chest cavity, this is the chest, so there's a cavity formed, so this cavity is called as the chest cavity. So who is at the wall? The wall is formed by ribs. Who is at the floor? The floor is formed by diaphragm. So whatever is this thing, guys, this complete region, this is your thoracic cavity, this is your chest cavity, right? This complete, making sense? Right? What are intercostal muscles? Right? Let's have a look into it. So if we look into my ribs, so between the ribs there is some space, and that space present some muscles. Those muscles are called as intercostal muscles. So these are the specialized muscles present between the space of the two ribs, right? So these are present between the space of two ribs. And we have already seen diaphragm, it is at the bottom of the thoracic cavity. Now we're gonna see the mechanism of breathing. Pay attention, be focused here. Let's have a look at the mechanism of breathing. We know breathing involves two things: inspiration, expiration. Inspiration is inhalation, expiration is exhalation. When we are inspiring, we are taking oxygen rich air. When we are expiring, we are exhaling oxygen rich air, right? The definition is clear, right? Clear. Are you not sleeping? You are making your notes, right? Come on, let's get back. Okay, so diaphragm generally is dome shaped. naturally, once it is in relaxed situation, could you see the diaphragm shape? It is dome shape. So diaphragm generally is dome shape. Now, what happens during inspiration? So during inspiration, the muscles of the diaphragm contracts. So on this side, I'll be writing about inspiration. On this side, I'll be writing about expiration. So diaphragm muscle contracts. So once the diaphragm muscle contracts, the diaphragm moves from the dome shape to the flat. It becomes flat, right? So diaphragm become flat. So diaphragm, once they contract, the muscle contracts, it flattens. Now, intercostal muscle, these are the muscles present between the ribs. Now, imagine these are the ribs and this is the intercostal muscle. What it is doing, it is pulling the ribs outward. So, once the intercostal muscle contract, it pulls the ribs outward, right? I said these muscles contract to pull ribs outward. Have a look at this diagram, right? Have a look at this diagram. My ribs were here. Because of intercostal muscle, my ribs were here, guys. Because of intercostal muscle, they are moving outward. They are moving outward, right? My diaphragm was here, dome shape. Because they are contracted, it becomes flats. Now you tell me, the volume of this thoracic cavity, of this chest cavity, increases or decreases? Earlier the volume was this much only. Now the volume has become this much. You tell me, the volume has obviously increased. The volume increases because of these two things. The volume increases because of these two things. Now remember, guys, volume is inversely proportional to pressure. What do you mean by that? Some physics here. If volume increases, pressure decreases. And if volume decreases, the pressure increases. Just the opposite relation, right? So if the volume is increasing, the pressure will decrease. The pressure will decrease. One more thing you have to remember. Remember that air always moves from a region of high pressure area to low pressure area. High pressure area to a low pressure area, air moves. Now, inside the thoracic cavity, the pressure is less as compared to the outside. So, outside the pressure is high, inside the pressure is low. So, from where to where the air will move? Yes, the air moves from outside to inside, high pressure area to low pressure area. So, the air moves from atmosphere to the lungs and it will fill those alveoli. Easy. Now moving towards the other side, right? During expiration, what happens? Now, just opposite. I would say if you know inspiration, you expiration, right? Just reverse it. Now the diaphragm will relax. Now the diaphragm will relax. Just imagine right now it was dome shape. Once it relaxes, it becomes, I'm really sorry, right now it was flattened, right? It was flattened. Now the diaphragm, once it relaxes, it becomes dome shape, right? Once it relaxes, it becomes dome shaped. Diaphragm again becomes dome shaped from flattened shape. Dome. What about intercostal muscle? Intercostal muscle, right now the ribs were outward. So once the intercostal muscle relaxes, the ribs move inward. The ribs move inward. So I can say relax. Ribs moves inward. Now you tell me what happens to the volume. See here. See guys, again coming back to this thing. Right? Right now it was here. My ribs were here and my diaphragm was here. Isn't it? Now what is happening? Since the diaphragm is relaxing, it is becoming again dome shape, and since the intercostal muscles are also relaxing, the ribs are moving inward. Now you tell me, the volume increases or the volume decreases? Volume decreases. And since the volume decreases, the pressure will increase. Great, guys. Volume decreases, pressure increases, hence the air moves from high pressure area to the low pressure area, that is from the lungs to the atmosphere. Yes, I hope you all got this point, right? What is happening during inspiration and expiration? Now, even guys, once we exhale, right, I'm exhaling even after a forceful expiration, still there'll be small amount of volume of air remaining in my lungs. Why? So that exchange of gases does not stop between the alveoli and the lungs. That exchange is taking place. So always there will be amount of oxygen, or shall I say some amount of gases, some volume of gases will always be there within the lungs even after forceful expiration, and that volume of air is called as the residual volume, which is around 1100 to 1200 ml. Clear? Is it clear? Shall we move ahead? Okay. Now we have hemoglobin. This what has happened. See, this is my alveoli, right? This is my alveoli, and these are my body parts. These are my body parts. Now my body parts need oxygen so that they can perform what? They can perform respiration. They can produce energy. So yes, what we have done? We have inhaled oxygen rich air. I have to supply this oxygen to the body parts. How will it move? With the help of blood vessels. Yes, blood vessels will be there. So there will be blood vessel. Let's draw the blood vessels here. Okay, we have blood vessels here. So now what is happening? So diffusion happens, this oxygen enter into the bloodstream. Now can this oxygen simply diffuse into the blood? Answer is no. Then how will this oxygen move? So oxygen has a car for itself, right? That car name is RBC. So RBC is acting like a car, and that RBC is having seats, right? The car has seats. Similarly, RBC has seats for oxygen. Those seats are called as hemoglobin. Those seats are called as hemoglobin. So within the blood, we have this cell which imparts red color to the blood. The color of the blood is red. And why it is red? Because of RBC. And why RBC is red? Because of the presence of hemoglobin. So hemoglobin is also imparting red color to the blood. So only function is not just to transport oxygen, but it is also imparting color, right? So what is happening? As soon as the oxygen enters into the blood, it is gonna bind with the hemoglobin, and it will help in the transport of hemoglobin to the body parts. And one molecule of hemoglobin can bind to 4 oxygen, right? One hemoglobin is binding to 4 oxygen. Is it clear? Making sense? Yes or no? Now what happens in the body parts? Respiration is there. CO2 is produced. Now how will CO2, once it has entered blood, how it will move? Yes, the car for the oxygen was hemoglobin. Now remember guys, hemoglobin, let me tell you first few things about hemoglobin, that it is a respiratory pigment. In RBC, it has a affinity for oxygen, that is it can bind to it, right? It can help in the transport of oxygen. So oxygen is less soluble in water. What is blood made up of? Blood is a fluid tissue, right? It is made up of fluid, it is made up of water. So oxygen is very much less soluble in water, and hence it needs a car for its transport. But if we talk about CO2, it is more soluble in water, hence can be transported majorly in the dissolved form. It will dissolve in the blood and then will be transported. But since oxygen cannot, because its solubility is very much less, it will be transported with the help of hemoglobin. Can hemoglobin transport CO2 as well? Yes, CO2 will be transported with the help of hemoglobin, but very less amount, very less amount. Hemoglobin majorly was transported with the help of, oxygen was transported with the help of hemoglobin only, but CO2, since it is more soluble in water, it will be transported majorly in the form of dissolved, right? Please mention this point here, that oxygen, that CO2 is more soluble in water, therefore transports majorly in dissolved form. Clear? Making sense to you all? Shall we move ahead? Now, how many times do we breathe in a minute? That is around 12 to 16, right? And who is controlling that? Who is controlling this breathing rate, right? That is controlled by obviously none other than brain. Easy, nothing great about it, very easy. Let's move ahead, shall we? All right, let's move ahead. Now we talk about this activity which is there in your NCERT. So what they have taken 2 test tubes, and in one of the test tubes, both of the test tubes they have added lime water, right? In both the test tubes they have added lime water, and in one of the test tube they blow it with the help of their mouth only, and in one they used a pitchkari, right? They used a syringe or a pitchkari to blow air into it. After some time, it is found that first the one where you are blowing with your mouth, it turns milky, and later where you are blowing with the syringe, it turns milky. Both turns milky, but the one where you was blowing with the help of your mouth turns milky faster. Why does it happen? So lime water is nothing but calcium hydroxide, and once it reacts with the CO2, it forms calcium carbonate, which is nothing but it will give the white precipitate and it will give that milky color to it. Since our expired air contains more CO2 as compared to the atmospheric air, hence we say that it is turning milky faster. The expired air contains more CO2 than atmospheric air. Generally question comes, what you are blowing into it? Why the lime water is turning milky? Because of the presence of this gas called as CO2. Let's move ahead. Now this is the difference between the breathing and respiration. You almost know, I have already told you, breathing is just a mechanical process. Here it is a physical as well as biochemical process. Here no enzymes are required. Here enzymes are required. Here it uses energy. Here it is releases energy. So all these functions, all these definitions of breathing, respiration, I have already told you. Let's move ahead. Okay. Now we start with the next life process, that is transportation. Not only in your day-to-day life to transport various substances, but in your body also, various molecules, they move from one part of the body to another. And that will be done with the help of a complete circulatory system dedicated to it, which includes blood, blood vessels and heart. So transportation is nothing but the transport of the substances. Transportation in case of humans will be done by, yes, you guessed it right, that is simply human circulatory system. If we talk about unicellular organism, obviously they do not have a specific organ, or shall I say organ system for that function. But if we talk about multicellular organisms like plants and animals, we have specific system. For example, in animals we have a human circulatory system? Plants. Recall your ninth, recall your tissues chapter. Am I getting any answer? Yes. Xylem transports water and phloem transports food. Great. Good job, guys. Now, transportation in human beings. So basically in human beings, we have a circulatory system doing that, and circulatory system consists of three things, that is the blood vessels and the heart. So let's say this is my blood vessel. Blood vessel is a tube. And blood is the fluid which flows into it, right? Blood is the fluid. And blood vessel is the tube. At our home also water is there, right? Water is the fluid and water flows within the pipes. Now who is pumping that water so that it can be transported in our whole house with the help of a motor, let's say? Similarly, in case of our body, who is pumping this blood? So there is a heart for that. Okay, blood fluid, the tubes and the pump. Let's get started with the blood. Now we all know blood is a tissue. Which kind of tissue? Recall your 9th class, guys. Yes, it's a fluid connective tissue. Right? Now blood is made up of two things. Just imagine a swimming pool. So in the swimming pool there is water and there are people who are swimming into it, who are dipped into that water. Similarly, the blood is made up of two things. The fluid called as the plasma, in which the cells are dipped into it, swimming into it, embedded into it, right? So the plasma is nothing but the fluid matrix, and there is blood cells, also called as blood corpuscles, which are nothing but the cells which are embedded in this fluid, right? If we talk about the fluid majorly contains water and it is pale yellow, that is lightish yellow is there. It is containing majorly water. That is why I was saying you guys that it is blood is nothing but water. It is having 90 to 92% water. The plasma has 90 to 92% water, but also there will be digested end products, right? I have told you, whatever we want to transport, gonna put it in the blood and blood is gonna take care of it. Whatever we want to transport, put it in the blood, blood will take care of it, right? So let's say glucose, amino acids, proteins, waste, whatever we want to transport, plasma or blood is gonna take care of it, right? What are these three cells? Erythrocyte, such a fancy name. Erythro means red, cyte means cell. That is, they are talking about red blood cell. Leukocytes, leuko-white cell cells, WBC, white blood cells. Thrombocytes are nothing but platelets, right? Just another name of RBC, WBC and platelets, erythrocyte, leukocyte, thrombocytes. Let's move ahead, right? What is RBC doing? RBC has hemoglobin, which transports oxygen, which transports CO2, right? It transports oxygen from the lungs to the body parts. It transports CO2 from the body parts to the lungs. We all know that. It is red in color because of the presence of hemoglobin. We all know that. It's all done. We know about it, right? What about WBC? WBC are like soldiers of your body. Just like you have soldiers for your country to protect it from the enemies of the country, similarly, who are the enemies of our body? Bacteria, virus. So it is protecting our body from those, and it is protecting that we do not catch any diseases, right? So we can say WBCs, they are like soldiers of the body. So basically how? By fighting The pathogens. What are pathogens? The bacteria, viruses, right? Platelets. Now guys, I am running and I fall. Once I fall, my hand starts to bleed, right? After a time, I'm gonna find that is stopped. It's that leakage is stopped, right? Why? Because a clot is formed. So that platelets, they help in the clotting of the blood at the site of injury, right? So it is not letting the blood to ooze out. At the site of injury, what it is doing? It is causing blood clotting. Making sense? Shall we move ahead? That was all about the blood and its components. Let's move to the blood vessels. Okay, blood vessels are nothing but the tubes which transport blood. Now there are three types of blood vessels: arteries, veins and capillaries. We'll start first with artery. I'm gonna use few words here like oxygenated. Oxygenated blood means it is oxygen rich blood. And if I'm gonna use the word deoxygenated, it's gonna be meaning that it will be CO2 rich blood. Okay, oxygen rich blood, oxygenated, CO2 rich blood, deoxygen. Now arteries are the blood vessels which carry the blood away from the heart. A for artery, A for away. It will be carrying the blood, it will be transporting the blood from heart to different body parts. From heart to different body parts. Now what sort of blood this artery will be carrying? It will be carrying oxygenated blood, meaning it will be carrying, yes, oxygen rich blood. It will be carrying oxygenated blood. Now we have an exception to it. We have an exception. There is an artery which, yes, carry the blood away from the heart to a body part, but does not carry oxygenated blood. It carry deoxygenated blood, and that exception is pulmonary artery. Pulmonary artery, we can mention it here. Exception. Pulmonary artery. Which transports blood from the heart to a body part. See, the heart word is related to lungs. So to which body part it will be transporting? Obviously lungs. And what sort of blood it will be transporting? You already told me, deoxygenated blood. Right? Making sense. Making sense to each and every one of you. Right? Heart to the body part. What is vein? Just opposite of it. Body parts to the heart. It will be transported the blood from the body parts to the heart. That is, it will be transporting what sort of blood? We just have to reverse it. Yes, it will be transporting deoxygenated blood. Deoxygenated blood. And again, there will be an exception. The exception will be pulmonary vein carrying the oxygenated blood. Yes, I could see that it's making sense to you, right? Exception is pulmonary vein. Pulmonary vein transports blood from the body part. Since pulmonary word is related to the lungs, so it will be transported blood from the lungs to the, yes, heart. What sort of the blood? Yes, oxygenated blood. Oxygenated blood. Clear? Now, whenever heart is pumping, heart is a pumping organ. It will pump with a high pressure. Now, since the pressure is so high, the artery wall might rupture. The walls of the artery, they might break down. They might rupture. So, as to prevent it, the wall of the artery, they are thick, right? We have a thicker wall artery. We have a thicker wall artery, right? Because the pressure is high. But what happens in veins? What happens in veins? The pressure is not high. Why? Because it is taking blood from the body parts. Body parts are not the pumping organ. So pressure won't be high. There is no chance of rupture. So hence the wall is thin. So remember, we have thicker wall. We have thick wall. Thick wall in case of artery because the pressure is high. Because the pressure is high. So as to sustain the high pressure, here the wall will be thin. Now guys, there is no as such there is no thickness here, right? As such, yes, little bit is there, but as compared to the artery, the thickness is very less. Now guys, just imagine here the blood is flowing with the high pressure, right? Obviously it is coming with a high pressure. There is no chance it will go in the opposite direction. It will just move in one direction. But if we talk about the veins, the pressure is not high here. The pressure is low. So there is a chance that the things can come back, right? Just for example, if you're not so much determined, like you might fail in the exam or you might not score well, so you might just remain in the 10th only and not go from 10 to 11. Similarly, the blood, we want it to go higher only. We want it to move in a single direction only. We do not want the blood to come back. So for that again we have some walls here, right? That is some window-like structures, doors-like structures, and those are called as valves, right? Those are called as valves. So we have valves here. Valves' function is to prevent the backflow of the blood. Prevent the backflow of the blood. Do we have any valves in the case of artery? The answer is no. Right? No valves are there. What about capillaries? The capillaries are present between the artery and the vein, right? Let's say, look at this diagram. Look at this diagram. So here we could clearly see that artery is coming from the heart, right, to the body part. So what happens once the artery reaches the body part? What happens once the artery reaches the body part? It will divide. It will divide into a network. Called as capillaries, and capillary join to form vein, and then vein goes to heart. Remember, heart to body part, artery, body parts to heart, vein. In between them a network of tubes called as capillaries. The capillary, basically it's present between the artery and the vein. So artery divide to form capillary and capillary join to form veins, right? Making sense to you here? So artery and veins, in the middle we have capillary. Now what is the function of capillary? Capillary will be present near the body parts, right? Suppose this is the artery, this is the vein. So it will be present in between the two, right? So these are the capillaries. They will be present near my body parts. They will be present near my parts. Now through the capillaries the blood will be flowing, right? The blood is carrying all the useful things. The blood is carrying all the useful things. Here the blood will be flowing. Blood will be flowing like that. Now the blood is carrying the useful things, like it will be having oxygen, like it will be having nutrients, it will be having waste. So what happens to that? So we can say simply those substances, they can move from the capillaries into the body parts. They can move from the capillary into the body parts. Let's say body parts has waste. The waste can move into the blood. Are you getting my point? At the body parts we want, suppose muscle is there, muscle needs oxygen, muscle needs glucose. These substances will be diffusing, right? So basically for the diffusion we have capillary. The diffusion will take place if the wall of the capillary is thick. Answer is no. So can I say the thickest wall is of artery, then thin is vein. So the thinnest wall will be of capillaries, right? Making sense to all? Thinnest wall which helps in exchange of gases, nutrients, and waste between the blood and body parts. I hope it is clear for you all, right? The differences between the three types of the blood vessel. I hope we can move ahead. Okay, now coming to the beautiful, my favorite topic, heart. Heart. Right? We say heart like that. Is heart look like that? Does our heart look like that? Answer is no. Yes, it looks somewhat similar. It looks like this, but it does not look like this. Okay, no diagrams like this in your exams, please. No diagrams. It looks somewhat like that. See, could you see here? This is what our heart looks like, not this. Please, no, not at all. Okay, the heart it looks like a conical structure made up of muscles. Remember which muscles you studied in your tissues chapter? Be like, ma'am, so much we studied in tissue chapter. We do not remember everything. But still, I am telling you again and again so that it's all recapping, right? Just a recap. I'm telling you that is why, so that you recall. So heart is a conical muscular organ, right? Muscular, which muscles? Cardiac muscles. Also, heart is as big as the size of the clenched fist, right? And where it is located? It is present between the two lungs, right? Suppose this is my lungs. So here is my heart present. So it is present between two lungs. Just remember, whenever you draw the diagrams, you're gonna write the left part as right and the right part as left. What I have just said. Suppose this is your right side, but you're gonna write it as left. This is your left side, but you're gonna write it as right. Why? You have to write, the diagrams are made as if you are just performing a surgery on a person, right? So the person's left will be your right, right? Therefore, we're gonna write just opposite, the left and right. So you could see the heart is slightly shifted towards the left side. Let's now decode the heart. This is how it looks, but before that, we will be drawing our own heart. So let's get started. Let's draw the heart. All right. So let's get started to draw our heart. We are not going to draw this huge diagram right now. We're going to understand this by drawing a very basic structure, right? Let's get started. So basically we have a heart, and if we talk about the human heart, it is made up of 4 chambers. That is, there are 4 hollow boxes are there, right? I am also gonna draw my lungs, the top side, and my body parts here, right? So basically this is my heart, these are my lungs, and these are my body parts. Let me just write, and please you draw along with me. This is the heart. Now if we talk about the heart, I told you it has 4 chambers, right? 4 hollow chambers, 2 upper chambers, 2 lower chambers. The upper 2 chambers, they are called as atrium. The upper 2 chambers, they are called as atrium, and the lower 2 chambers, they are called as ventricle. The upper 2 chambers, they are called as atrium. The lower 2 chambers, they are called as ventricles. I told you this side will be left, right? So this will be left atrium, this will be left ventricle. I told you this side will be right atrium, right ventricle. Nothing fancy about it. Very easy, right? Now from the body parts, the blood will come. And this blood which is coming to the heart, it comes into the right atrium. So from the body parts, the blood comes into the right atrium, and this blood is nothing but deoxygenated blood, right? From the body parts to heart, deoxygenated. Who brings the blood? Vein, correct, right? So here we're gonna have deoxygenated blood, and this blood will be brought by vein. Now which veins? Superior vena cava, inferior vena cava. So the organs which are present superior to the heart, above the heart, like my head and shoulders and my hind limbs, from here the blood will be brought by superior vena cava, and the blood from the lower parts, like the organs which are located inferior to the heart, that is my abdomen area, my legs, from where that blood is coming by inferior vena cava. So we have two blood vessels, two veins, superior and inferior vena cava. Is bringing the deoxygenated blood into the right atrium. Right atrium will send this blood into the right ventricle, and the right ventricle will send this blood to the lungs. From heart to lungs, which was that blood vessel? Yes, pulmonary artery. Since it is going away from the heart, that is why artery. Going to the lungs, pulmonary artery. What sort of blood it is? Nothing has been changed, so obviously it is deoxygenated blood. Deoxygenated blood, isn't it? The only artery carrying the deoxygenated blood. Now what is lungs gonna do? Lungs are gonna take the CO2 from it and give CO2 to it, right? That is, it is gonna perform the function of oxygenation. It is gonna perform the function of oxygenation. So whatever the blood will be coming from the lungs, it will be, yes, it will be oxygen rich, that is oxygenated blood. So if the blood comes from the lungs into the heart, lungs to the heart, pulmonary vein, yes, oxygenated or deoxygenated? Oxygenated, because the lungs has taken the CO2, right, and given oxygen. It is oxygenated blood. The same blood will be given to the left ventricle, and from the left ventricle it will be given to the body parts. Away from the heart, artery. Which artery? The largest artery, aorta. Right? What sort of blood it is? Oxygenated blood. Is it making sense to you guys? Yes or no? The blood flow is clear, right? I would like to tell you one more thing. That you saw that in this circulation, actually, I've just shown the blood flow. Actually, what happens? See, I'll try to show it to you with the help of a pen here. See, simultaneously this will be happening. First, the right atrium will be getting filled. First step. Then the second step is this. That is, the right ventricle will be getting filled. The first step is this. The right atrium will fill. Then the right ventricle will fill. And the blood will move ahead. So first, blood comes into the right atrium. Then right ventricle. Then ahead. Right atrium, ventricle, ahead. So this is whole thing is going on, this whole cycle is going on. But in a single cycle, how many times the blood passes through the heart? Twice. Remember, it's taking place simultaneously, right? I have shown you separately because I wanted to just show you the blood flow, but it is gonna take place simultaneously, right? First right atrium, then right ventricle, then ahead. So this flow of the blood, it is happening twice through the heart, once through the left side, once through the right side. So the blood passes through the heart twice in a single cycle. Hence, this circulation is called as double circulation. So when the exams comes to draw double circulation, we're gonna draw this only. Double circulation, blood passes what? Twice. Once through the left side, once through the right side. Isn't it? Left, right. Done. Okay, that was about it. One more thing in this diagram. So we do not want, once the blood has come from atrium to ventricle, that it should be going back, right? And similarly, once the blood has moved out of the ventricle, it should be moving back. For that, again, who prevents the black flow? Yes, that is valves. So we have valves here also. We have valves to prevent the backflow of the blood within the heart also. Clear? Is it clear to you all? Shall we move ahead? So that was shown in this diagram also, right? If you relate it to the previous diagram which we have drawn, try to relate it now, guys. See, the upper two chambers, maybe we show it with black. The upper two chambers are atrium, the lower two chambers are ventricle. The upper two chambers atrium, the lower two chambers ventricle, right? So this is the left atrium, this is the left ventricle, this is the right atrium, this is the right ventricle. Easy. Who brings the blood into the right atrium? The vena cava, right? So we have the vena cava here, superior vena cava, inferior vena cava, bringing the blood into the right atrium. Right atrium gives this blood into the, yes, right ventricle. So we have a right ventricle here. From the right ventricle, the blood goes into lungs with the help of pulmonary artery. So we have a pulmonary artery here which takes the blood to the lungs. The lungs is going to perform oxygenation, give it oxygen, take CO2. That is, pulmonary vein will bring the blood from the lungs into the left atrium, right? From here, the blood goes into the left ventricle, and from the left ventricle, the blood goes out with the help of the aorta to the body parts. So we have a aorta. Making sense? Making sense? That was all about it. Let's move ahead. So remember this thing. Remember a few things, guys. Basically, what is happening, how the blood actually moves. The heart contracts and relaxes for this movement, right? Once the heart is relaxed, the blood is coming into the heart, and once the heart contracts, squeezes, the blood is moving out of the heart. So remember, for the word systole, we mean contraction, and whenever you see the word diastole, we mean relaxation. Right? Now what is happening here? What is happening, guys? First of all the chambers are relaxed. When the blood is filling, all the chambers are relaxed. That is, the blood is coming into the first step was atrium, right? That is, all the four chambers are relaxed since the blood is filling. What happens during that time? The blood moves from the body parts to the right atrium, body parts to the right atrium, and from the lungs to the left atrium, right? Body parts to the right atrium, lungs to the left atrium. Next part, what happens? That atrium will contract. If the atrium contract, then what happens? Yes, from the left atrium, the blood goes to left ventricle. From the right atrium, the blood goes into right ventricle. First, the blood comes into atrium. This is the first step. Then the blood goes into the ventricle. Second step. Then the blood goes out of the ventricle. That is once the ventricle contracts. So once the ventricle contracts, blood flows out of it. So from the left ventricle, blood goes to the body parts. and from the right ventricle, the blood goes into the lungs. Right? Let's move ahead. Okay. Now, whenever the heart contracts and relaxes, so how this information is traveling? The information travels in the form of electric current, and we can record these electric current or these electrical changes which are happening within the heart with the help of a device called as electrocardiograph. So it is a device with the help of which we are recording those electrical changes which are occurring. Right, and once we record, you must have seen in the movies that this sort of the graph comes, right, and it shows that once it comes straight, that is the person is dead. So basically this graph is obtained with the help of this device called as electrocardiograph, and the graph which is obtained is called as electrocardiogram. Remember, the graph obtained is gram and the machine is graph, right? So this is called as the ECG, so as to record the electrical changes, and we obtain a graph. Let's move ahead towards the blood pressure. So once the blood is flowing through the blood vessel, it exerts a pressure on the wall of the blood vessel, right? Once the blood is flowing through the blood vessel, it is exerting a pressure on the walls. That pressure is called as the blood pressure. It will be different when the heart will be contracting, and it will be different when the heart will be relaxing. Obviously, once the heart will contract, the pressure will be high. So that pressure, once the ventricles are contracting, that pressure is called as the systolic pressure. See, the pressure of the blood inside the heart artery during ventricular systole. Systole means contraction. I told you these fancy words, right? So if the ventricles are contracting, then what is the pressure? Systolic pressure. If ventricles are relaxing, then what is the pressure? That is diastolic pressure. So remember, the systolic pressure is 120 mmHg. Hg is mercury. Diastolic pressure is 80 mmHg. So if I say, what is the normal blood pressure? What is the normal blood pressure? Normal blood pressure, it is 120 by 80 mmHg. Please do not divide this. It's just to show the systolic and diastolic pressure. Where we ask you to apply maths, there you don't. Where you don't have to apply maths, there you apply maths. So you don't have to apply your maths here. Don't use your brain. Just write 120 by 80. Systolic, diastolic. What happens if the pressure increases? If it is going like 140, 100, the blood pressure increases. That is called as high blood pressure. High blood pressure is nothing but is hypertension, and low blood pressure is nothing but hypotension. Hyper is high, hypo is less, right? If the blood pressure is high, what happens? This generally happens if there is constriction of the blood vessel. If the blood vessel diameter decreases, then there is high pressure, and obviously if the pressure is high, the blood vessel might rupture and it will lead to the bleeding within the body, right? So we can say it is because it will lead to rupture of artery and hence internal bleeding. And if the blood pressure goes like maybe 80, 50, then we can say it is hypotension. It is decreasing, right? Let's move ahead. Okay, all right. So now we're going to talk about with respect to different animals. We know that fishes, they have two chambered heart, right? There are two chambers in it. Only one atrium is there and only one ventricle is there. So what happens that from the body parts, the blood comes to the heart, and that blood is obviously gonna be deoxygenated, and that same blood is pumped. It is pumped, that same body, the deoxygenated blood is pumped to the gills. Now gills are gonna perform the oxygenation, and that blood is moving to the body parts. So that is, here it is oxygenated blood. The blood passes through the heart only once, hence this circulation is called as single circulation. The blood passes through the heart only once, hence it is called as single circulation. Right? If we move to the amphibians and reptiles, they have a three-chambered heart. Three-chambered heart. 2 atrium are there and 1 ventricle is there. Right? Mammals and birds, we all know, we all have 4-chambered heart. So, at any time, did you see that the oxygenated and deoxygenated blood mixed? Answer is no. Right? The oxygenated and deoxygenated blood do not mix. It do not mix. That is, the tissues get high amount of oxygen and they're going to use it to make energy. And with that high energy, what they're going to do? They're going to maintain their constant temperature. That is why they are also called as warm-blooded animals, because they need to maintain constant temperature. So what I can say here, they're gonna have highly efficient oxygen supply, and they're gonna use this oxygen to make energy, and they're gonna use this energy to maintain the temperature constant, right? To maintain constant temperature. Is it clear? Right? About the amphibians and reptiles, here the blood will mix. Obviously, if there are 3 chambers, one side oxygenated blood is coming, one side deoxygenated blood is coming, blood is getting mixed. But how will they be able to maintain their constant temperature? They don't have to, because they are cold-blooded animals. They do not need to maintain their constant temperature. Since we are warm-blooded, we need to maintain that constant temperature. So these two are warm-blooded animals. Let's move ahead. Okay. Next, we have the lymphatic system. It's a similar system to that of the blood, right? Just we have a circulatory system for blood. We have a circulatory system for lymph. That is lymphatic system. In the blood circulatory system, we have the fluid blood. Here, the fluid will be consisting of lymph. Right. Now, what happens from where this lymph is coming? So, let's say this is my artery. These are my veins. So the artery branch to form capillaries, which you all know, right? Arteries branch to form capillaries, right? Once the artery branch to form capillaries, they are forming at the body parts. They are forming at the body parts. So once the blood is flowing through the capillary, the wall of the capillary have some pores in it. The capillary wall have some pores, and through that pores some fluid will come out, right? And it will become the part of the tissue. This fluid is called as the tissue fluid, or also called as the interstitial fluid, or also called as the lymph. So basically, through the pores, this fluid comes out and it becomes a part of the tissue, hence called as the tissue fluid, interstitial fluid, lymph. Just imagine so many body parts will be there. If at every part some fluid will be lost, what will happen to the blood volume? It will decrease. So we cannot afford so much blood loss at every tissue. Also, just imagine this tissue, the water gets elected, the water gets collected there. What will happen? This tissue will swell. Similarly, why do we need the swelling? We need to get rid of this fluid, right? So what happens that this fluid, they enter into some vessels, some pipe-like structures, right? Those pipe-like structures, those are called as lymphatic capillaries. So this fluid, they enter into lymphatic capillary, and these lymphatic capillaries, then they're gonna transport it into the larger lymphatic vessels, and lymphatic vessels then finally will drain it into the vein. They will finally drain it into the vein. So we have returned this fluid which was coming out of the capillaries back into the veins. Hence we can say it helps in maintaining the volume. Also it helps to prevent the swelling of the tissues. Also some substances can be transported. You remember the fats which were digested in the digestive system, they also travel with the help of the lymph only, right? Also it has some substances of the blood like WBC, and what is the function of WBC? It will fight the pathogen. So what is the basic difference between the blood and the lymph? So blood, obviously it carries the plasma, RBC, WBC, platelet. Lymph only carries the plasma and the WBC. Remember, the RBC and platelets are not there. What about the color? Obviously, because of RBC, the color is red, but because RBC is not here, the lymph is colorless. Next, we move to the plasma. Plasma contains more proteins in the case of the blood, and it contains less protein in the case of lymph, right? One more thing, what is the direction of the flow? So if we talk about blood, blood moves from heart to body part to heart. The lymph only moves from body parts to the heart. It's not coming the back way, right? So we can say it is bidirectional, and here the flow is unidirectional. Moving ahead to transportation in plants. So in the plants, the transportation takes place with the help of xylem and phloem. You already know xylem transport water and minerals, phloem transports food, right? That is what it is mentioned here. Let's move to discuss this in detail, right? Xylem, it transports water and minerals. From where to where? Obviously from the roots to the other part. And phloem transports food. For phloem, as in the sound in the phloem and food sounds similar. Obviously food starts with F and not PH. Transports food. From where to where? From, let's say, leaves to the roots, seed, fruits. And this process of transportation of food through a phloem, this process is called as translocation. This process is called as translocation. Obviously, transport of water takes place in only one direction, that is upward, but in the food, it can go upward, downward, right? Bidirectional. So I can say upward direction only. Food transport is upward and downward both. Both directions the food can transport, right? Let's discuss about transportation which takes place in the case of water, right? Once we are moving the water, so water transport basically is called as ascent of sap. Ascent means upward, sap means water and minerals. So movement of the water and minerals from the root to the upward part, let's say to the leaves, is called as ascent of sap. Obviously it will be taking place with the help of the xylem, and xylem has two components which help in the transport, that is xylem vessels and xylem tracheids. Xylem vessel and xylem tracheids. which help in the transport of the water. Now, vessels and tracheids of roots, stems and leaves, they are interconnected like a pipe, right? The pipe of the maybe our ground floor, first floor and second floor are interconnected. Similarly, the vessels and tracheids of the roots, stems or leaves are interconnected to form that continuous channel for the transport of water. And if we talk about transport of water, it is of two mechanisms, the root pressure and the transpiration pull, right? Shall we start with it? So if we talk about the root pressure, the very first thing, it is active absorption because energy is required. Why I am saying active? Because energy is required. Right? For example, guys, this is my root cell which is in contact with the soil. So in the soil, the iron concentration is less, and in the root, the iron concentration is more. So the ions move from low concentration to the high concentration. Whenever the substances move from low to high, energy is required. Whenever the substances move from high to low, energy is not required. Since the ions move from their low concentration to the high concentration, we require energy. And obviously, such a huge difference will be there. Already ions was less here. Now you're transporting inside. Obviously, in the soil, ions will be more, less, and in the root, the ions amount will increase. So to eliminate this difference, to finish this difference, what happens is water moves from the region of high concentration to the low concentration. Water moves into the root, and within the root it will get collected in the xylem. Obviously, once the water enter into xylem of the root, it will create a pressure there. Since it is created in the roots, this pressure can be called as root pressure. So this water gets collected in the xylem, right? This pressure is called as the root pressure. Because of the entry of water, the force will be exerted, the pressure will be exerted on the walls of the cells of the xylem. This pressure is called as the, yes, root pressure, and obviously it will push the water. I'm saying push. Earlier the water was this much. We'll add more water, it will shift higher. We'll add more water, it will shift higher. So this concept is of root pressure, right, which takes place, remember, during the night time, and in the case of short plants, this pressure is not sufficient to transport water to a tall plants. Then what happens in the tall plants? The passive absorption takes place. That is where the energy is not required. And here comes the role of transpiration. Transpiration is nothing but loss of water in the form of water vapors, right? So have you ever drunk your coffee or maybe fruity or anything with the help of a straw, with the help of a pipe? What do? You put your mouth around the one end of the straw and you suck it. You suck the coffee or whatever fruity is there from the bottom to the top. So you create a suction pressure. Similarly, if I say water is lost from the top parts, that is from the leaves, it will take water from the xylem of the leaves. Then the xylem of the leaves will take water from the xylem of the stem, and xylem of the stem will take water from the xylem of the roots, and finally the xylem of the roots can take it from the soil. So we can say energy is not required. Water lost from the stomata is replaced by the water in the leaves, right? And from where the xylem vessel of the leaves will take place, they take the water from the, obviously, ultimately roots. So it will create a pressure, this particular thing, it will create a suction pressure to pull water from the roots. Here you are sucking the water, here you were pushing the water, right? The water is pushed. And obviously, since during the daytime sun is there, so obviously transpiration will only happen during the daytime. So this will be during the daytime and for the tall plants. As well as for the short, obviously, it's not like the short plants are not gonna transport water via transpiration. They can, obviously they can. Okay, transpiration functions, transport the water, absorb the water, and also once the water is lost in the form of water vapor, what happens? There is a cooling effect. So it also helps in controlling the temperature. So these are the two functions of transpiration. Alright, we now move to transportation of food. So what happens? The food is transported in the form of sucrose. Remember, food is formed in the form of glucose, stored in the form of starch, but transported in the form of sucrose. So it is obviously transported from the leaves to other parts, let's say to the roots. So what happens? For the case of phloem, we have two things, that is the sieve tube and companion cell. And since the sieve tube does not have nucleus, companion cell will help in controlling its activity. So we have a sieve tube, a component of phloem through which the food will transport. And here we have xylem. Here we have xylem. So what happens? First of all, the leaf will put water, the food into the phloem. The leaves will put the food into the phloem. This process again requires energy. It will put the food, that is sucrose, into the phloem. Now since the food is here, we need to create a pressure here. So the water will enter from the xylem into the phloem. It will enter from the xylem into the phloem. Again, because of entry of water, a pressure is created. Now the food moves from same concept, high pressure to low pressure. Here the pressure was high. It will move the low pressure, and ultimately it will reach the root. So obviously the food will be given to the root. What happens to the water? Water will be given back into the xylem, right? So that was the basic idea about how the food is transported. The phloem helps in the transport, that is the sieve tubes are helping in the transport of the food. Obviously energy will be required. Okay, the last concept for today is excretion. Excretion is nothing but the removal of the nitrogenous substances from the body. So in our body, there are substances like protein, nucleic acid, like DNA, and once these are broken down, there are substances like urea, ammonia, uric acid are formed. So these are nitrogenous substances, and if they remain in the body, it can be harmful. The removal of these nitrogenous substances from the body, this removal is called as excretion. Now, how do we remove these substances from the body? If we talk about the unicellular organism, obviously the example is the very famous amoeba. How does the amoeba remove the substances? So amoeba is in direct contact with the environment. It does not have specific organ to perform specific function. What it does, if it has to take the food, remove the waste, or it has to exchange those gases, it will simply do it by diffusion, right? The exchange can be simply done by diffusion, no specific organ, because the entire cell surface is in contact with the environment. Multicellular organism, do we have specific organ, or can we perform diffusion? We cannot perform diffusion, obviously, because not every cell is in contact with the environment. Not every cell is in contact with the environment. Hence, they require specific organs to perform specific functions, right? Let's have a look into it. The very first thing is excretory system. Excretory system consists of rajma shape or bean shaped structures called as kidney, right? The very first thing, kidney. What is the function of kidney? To filter the blood, to remove the waste. It will filter the blood, remove the waste. Then there will be structures called as ureter. Ureter. Ureter are the tubes which carry the urine formed by kidney into a structure called as urinary bladder. Into a structure called as urinary bladder. What is bladder doing? It is just storing the urine. And finally, the urine will be coming out via structure called as urethra. So basically, what is happening here, kidney, it forms the urine. Urinary bladder is basically storing the urine. But who is taking it to the ureter? Urinary bladder, that is ureter, right? It transports the urine from the kidney to the urinary bladder. And what is urinary bladder doing? It is storing the urine, right? It stores the urine. And finally, urethra is throwing that urine out of the body, right? It is throwing, or shall I say, conduct the urine from the urinary bladder to the outside. Right? That was about the excreting system. But who is bringing the blood into the kidney? Who is bringing the blood into the kidney? The blood is brought obviously by the aorta. And aorta gives the blood to renal artery. And finally, renal artery gives the blood into the kidney. But what happens? Who is taking that blood out of the kidney? That is renal vein, and renal vein gives to vena cava. So aorta brings the blood, vena cava takes out the blood from the kidney, right? Let's move ahead. Alright everyone, now let's move what is present in the kidney that helps to filter the blood, that helps to remove the waste from the blood, right? That particular structure is called as nephron, also called as uriniferous tubule. It is the structural and functional unit of kidney, just like the structural and functional unit of living organism is cell. Let's have a look at the nephron. So if we see the structure, the very first structure is a cup-shaped structure called as Bowman's capsule. The very first structure is Bowman's capsule. After the Bowman's capsule, we have the tubular part. How are we going to remember it? You have to draw the ziggy, then U, then again a ziggy, right? So let's draw the zigzag, then U, then again ziggy, right? And at last we have this branch structure called as collecting duct. At last we have this branch structure called as collecting duct. Right, this was about my nephron, the Bowman's capsule, tubular part and collecting duct. But it is incomplete if you're not gonna draw the blood vessels present in a nephron. So what are the blood vessels? The very first blood vessel which is bringing the blood to the kidney is renal artery. So renal artery brings the blood into the kidney, or shall I say also into the nephron. So renal artery brings the blood and it will then divide to form a bunch of capillary, a network of capillary called as glomerulus, right? Then this glomerulus is nothing but a bunch of capillary. This glomerulus joins and again will form a network of capillary all over the tubular part and again ultimately join to form the renal vein. So again we can say that in the nephron we could see two capillary network, one around the tubular part, one around the Bowman's capsule, and ultimately renal vein will be formed. So simply we can see from here very quickly that renal artery will be bringing the blood and renal vein will be taking out the blood from the kidney, right? That was about nephron. Now we're going to see how the urine is formed with the help of this nephron. So the very first thing which is going to happen is the filtration of the blood. So the renal artery brings all the blood along with the waste. So waste is also there along with the blood within this renal artery, and this glomerulus is acting like a sieve. It's act like a sieve, just like you use the sieve to filter your tea, right, at home. Similarly, this glomerulus is going to act like a sieve to filter the blood, right, so that all the waste can be collected into this Bowman's capsule. Just like when you filter the tea gets all collected in a cup. So again, Bowman's capsule acting like a cup, collecting all the waste which is filtered by the glomerulus. Now this process is called as filtration, and whatever thing is getting collected in the Bowman's capsule is called as filtrate. Now this filtrate has some useful substances as well which will flow into the tubular part. If it will flow into the tubular part, ultimately it will move out of the kidney into the ureter, urinary bladder, urethra, and out of the body. So basically, if anything is present in the nephron, it's gonna be thrown out of the body. Do you want the waste to be thrown out of the body? Answer is yes. But do you want the useful substance to be thrown out of the body? Answer is no. So basically, this filtrate has some useful substance like water, glucose, amino acids. So this useful substance, they enter into this capillary network. So from the nephron, the useful substance move into the capillary so that the capillary can enter into the renal vein and ultimately will enter back into the body, right? So this process of movement of the substances from the nephron into the capillary is called as reabsorption. That is the useful substances forming. But also these capillaries will be carrying the waste as well. See, it has filtered, but still some waste will be there. So if any waste will be remaining in it, that waste will be moving into the nephron so that it can be thrown out of the body. So this process is secretion. So basically we have three processes for the mechanism of urine, or shall I say for the mechanism of excretion and the process of formation of urine. That is filtration. Filtration is done with the help of glomerulus. So we can say glomerulus will filter into the Bowman's capsule, and whatever filtrate is formed, since it is formed by glomerulus, we can call that filtrate as glomerular filtrate. How much glomerular filtrate is formed? 180 liters per day. And what does this contain? It contains water, glucose, waste obviously, amino acids, ions, etc. So we could see that water, glucose, amino acids and ions, they are useful substances. They need to move back. So simply, what is reabsorption? Reabsorption is nothing but the movement of the useful substances like what? Like water, like glucose, like amino acids and ions into the blood. So it will move from the tubular part into the blood. This process is called as reabsorption. And how much amount to be reabsorbed, that will depend on how much excess water is there and waste is there. So the amount of water reabsorption depends on excess water, amount of excess water and the dissolved waste. And the dissolved waste. Amount of dissolved waste. Obviously, if more water is there, we're going to reabsorb more, right? Isn't it? Let's move ahead. Lastly, we have secretion, which I have already told you that simply the unuseful substances, the waste, they will be moving from the blood into the nephron. So that was about the mechanism of excretion. Ultimately, urine is formed and urine is slightly yellow in color. So I can say it is pale yellow in color, and this yellow color is because of a pigment called as urochrome. It's because of the presence of urochrome. How much urine do we eliminate? 1 to 2 liters per day. How much filtrate was there? 180 liter. So I can say 99% of the filtrate is reabsorbed, right? So we can mention a point here. 99% filtrate is reabsorbed. Fine, clear. Pale yellow, 1 to 2 liters. Also, what does it contain? It's gonna contain different kinds of waste. Now guys, let's say there is an injury, there is an infection, or maybe the blood supply is not sufficient to the kidney. What happens to the kidney? The kidney will not function well. The kidney will stop functioning, right? That is, the kidney will fail, right? So I can say because of any infection or because of any injury or maybe due to alcoholism, what happen is this leads to the kidney not functioning well. It leads to kidney failure. What happens if kidney is not functioning well? Obviously, its function was to remove the waste. The waste won't be removed, so what happens? It will be getting collected within the body. And since the waste will be getting collected in the body, the major waste which humans excrete from the body is urea. So obviously, urea will accumulate in the body. So I can say this all together can lead to increase in the urea, or shall I say nitrogenous waste in the body. How shall we remove this urea? So there are two methods. One is hemodialysis, one is kidney transplantation. Hemodialysis is also called as artificial kidney, whereby we are using a device to remove the waste from the body, that it will be functioning similar to the kidney, right? So I can say it will be device functioning similar to kidney. It will be removing the waste from the body except reabsorption. That is, remember, the hemodialysis is not functioning reabsorption. Except reabsorption, all the functions will be done by the kidney. That is the artificial kidney. Our kidney performs reabsorption. Artificial kidney cannot perform reabsorption. So except reabsorption, all the functions can be taken care of by the artificial kidney or hemodialysis. So what do we do in this? What do we do? Let's have a look at it. So basically, we take the blood from the patient and we pass it through series of tubes, right? Could you see series of tubes here? So we take the blood of the patient and then we pass through these tubes, right? And we have kept this tube in a tank. We have kept this tube in a tank filled with some fluid. This tank is filled with some fluid. What is this fluid called as? Dialyzing fluid. Now this fluid is same as that of the blood plasma, except the waste are not there. But obviously, since this is the patient, its kidney is not functioning, so obviously in the blood of this patient there will be waste, right? And the waste will be here, but the waste won't be there in the dialysing solution. So waste simply can move from these tubes into the dialysing solution, isn't it? The waste simply moves from a region of higher concentration to a lower concentration through these tubes. Now these tubes, they are made up of cellophane material, right, which is a selectively permeable membrane. So through this cellophane tube, the waste move into the dialysing solution. But after some time, the dialysing solution gets saturated with that waste. So we need to get rid of that. So continuously what is happening, that we are adding the fresh solution and we are taking out the used solution. Obviously the used solution will be full of waste and we are adding new dialysing solution which is devoid of any waste. No waste is there. And once it is done, we're going to put that blood into the patient, that clean blood into the patient. But students, this is not a permanent cure. So what is the permanent cure? So basically the answer is kidney transplantation. That is, you can replace the damaged kidney or patient kidney with the healthy kidney, right? So we are replacing the damaged kidney with the healthy kidney of donor, any person who wants to donate. But obviously not everyone can donate, right? Whereas there are various matching techniques which take place, like for example, they're going to match the blood group and other things. So replacing the damaged kidney with the healthy kidney of the host. That's how we can solve the issue of the kidney failure. Right? The two methods. Last topic for the today, that is excretion in plants. So plants, oxygen is produced, isn't it? Oxygen is produced during which process? During photosynthesis. So we can say oxygen produced during photosynthesis, it is removed by the body. How? Actually, yes, it is used during the respiration to make energy, right? So it can be used in respiration. What about oxygen? Yes, excess oxygen can be lost in the form of transpiration. Also, what plants do? They store the waste in the cell, right? What is that cell organelle which store the waste? Yes, cellular vacuole. Store the waste in the vacuole of the cell. Also, if there is any waste, what they can do? They can remove with the help of the roots into the soil, right? So they can do is remove waste from the roots into the soil. Also, let's say if any leaves is about to be fallen, they're going to store that waste into that leaf. And lastly, last point, that they're going to store the substances like resins and gums in the old xylem, right? That is also the waste, that is store the waste like resins and gums in the old xylem. So that was all about the excretion in plants. Lastly, we'll come to few questions explained with the help of neat and well-labeled diagram, the different steps involved in nutrition. I'm giving you as a homework. Try to do it. Next question, quickly tell me. HCl help in digestion of food in the stomach? True, it's a correct statement. What about the second statement? HCl creates acidic medium to activate the protein digestive enzyme? Absolutely true. Both the statements are true, and second statement is the answer, or shall I say the reason of the assertion. So I can say the answer is A. Next question.
The length of the small intestine in a deer is more as compared to the length of the small intestine of the food. Yes, because of the type of food they intake, type of the food the organism is consuming. For example, the deer consume, yes, generally the grasses, and the tiger consume the meat. Okay, again I'm giving you this as homework. Please try it down. Again, this will be homework in the human, right? Since they have asked human, I'm giving you the little trick. You have to write about the two things here. That is, you have to write about the aerobic as well as anaerobic respiration. Homework again. Try to do these questions and let me know the answer of these questions, right? All are previous year question. They all are for your practice. Try to solve every question. If you face any difficulty, I am there for you. I'm gonna help you, right? That was all from my side, guys. This class is coming to an end. I hope you understand everything, whatever we taught. If you have any query, any questions, do let me down and I will help you with the same. I shall see you very soon. Till then, take care, keep learning, keep awesome, which I already know you already are. So thank you.